Rightio, here we go. There's one of the surfers there getting... These waves are starting to reel off. As that tide drains out, it is going to start to get some nice little barrel sections. There's plenty of great waves out there at the moment and ripping and whipping on that one.
Oh, wow. How was that searing carve there, Tapper? That was very pretty on the eyes.
And, well, we're running, time is starting to wind down because at 8 a.m. we're starting the WSL practice session. It's going to go all day. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, Tapper, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day will be off and running at 8 a.m. and...
Have you got your fantasy team yet, Chris?
I thought I'd wait till the training day just to get a little vibe on who was ripping, who had a good, eye in on the lineup, whose boards were looking sharp. And, well, someone whose board's looking sharp is Leilani Zorek. And, well, they talk about the dream time in the Indigenous culture, and, well, she is one that has big dreams and big aspirations, and well, she's well and truly on her way, Tapper. I mean, she's one of the most decorated junior surfers this country's ever seen at the moment. And she's just, well, pretty much wins everything.
She's not afraid of taking on anyone or anything. She's a really gutsy young lady. She knows what she wants, very well spoken. She's already said she's going to be doing the US Olympics. That's her aim. So, because the initials are LA, that's her and her brother. She's L, he's A. And they want to LA, says yes, that must mean I'm going to be there. So it's great to see all the talent here from the Jurikai crew. And, of course, we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, in 5, 4, 3, 2.
We're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And, well, we were supposed to have a hooter, but we didn't have it there. So that concludes the Jurikai expression session. We're going to get down to our YouTube very shortly. We'll just...
Yeah, so a huge thank you to the Jurikai Surf Culture team for putting on a display of surfing out here as we welcome everyone down here to the 2026 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. And well, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gunditjmara and Mini Gamble people of the Bundjalung Nation, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and that extends to acknowledge all First Nations people.
Rightio. Well, the training session will be underway very shortly, so I'd say some of our surfers will be getting ready. Oh, look, there's already someone on the rock there. I need my binoculars to see who that is, but you'd want to be first out there, wouldn't you? There's only going to be one person out there. Oh, maybe I think Lahani's staying out there. She's going like, I'm not going in yet. I want a bomb.
But yeah, huge thank you to all of the locals and everyone making their way down and giving up this incredible break. What a week of action it's going to be. We've got plenty of swell rolling on through. Huey has gifted us. We've seen the first few events, Tapper, have been, quite tricky to navigate with the swell. It's been a bit of stop-start, and it's really tested these waiting periods that we've had, but we're looking like we've kind of struck gold here on the Gold Coast.
Well, our first surfer just jumped off the front of the rock there, Chris, and will be out there. So Not sure if we're live on YouTube yet, but we will be very shortly. So if you go home and you think, oh, I'm not doing too much, but I've got to go home and do some stuff, well, you can do your stuff, and on a separate screen, you have split screen, mate. You got to have the split screen so you can watch all the practice sessions at home if you got to go home. Live on YouTube, on the WSL YouTube channel.
Yeah, so you can jump over, and well, if you are looking to maybe dial in your WSL fantasy team, no better day to do it than today. You can tune on in, check out all of the top 56 surfers in the world. Really sharp on the tools on this incredible point break, Tapper.
And the full broadcast starts tomorrow from 8 a.m. with Dawn Patrol. So we might even be straight underway. You never know. The Dawn Patrol might be the start as we see. Here we go. We've got a surfer up.
I think that looks like Lungy still.
Well,
yeah.
I wouldn't be going in, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to let Lungy get a couple more out there. But it's going to be as well. Come play the game. See who you can pick and identify on these waves out there, Tapper. Because, well, there's no heats. It's just a free festivity. Just it's like an open banquet. Just take what you want whenever you want it.
Well, I think they're pretty respectful, and they do wait their turn. I know that when the pros come to Burleigh, it's actually not too bad out there surfing with them because they're pretty respectful and wait their turn. Like because they travel the world, of course, and you don't want anybody anywhere to be going, nah, don't like that guy or that girl. Here we go. We've got someone else heading out as well. One of the female competitors heading out by the looks.
But if you had to think of some spots around the world, Tapper, and everyone out on the beach, just have a think about it. If you could pick anywhere in the world to go surf with no one out, pick a few spots. I'd have to say Snapper Rocks would have to be right up there as one of the #1 spots in the world because of how perfect this wave can get.
And Burleigh Heads, of course, but
also the crowd you deal with on day to day. We're just trying to surf out here. It's just for that pure fact of saying you got to surf snapper with no one out, or just a few of your mates.
I've had I was in a couple of comps where I actually got with two, 3 people out here, but it wasn't this good. Was not pumping like this. It's like what a ticket. And at the moment, we've got a couple of competitors just testing the lineup.
So 7.5 hours, Tapper, of uninterrupted lineups for all of these competitors on the 2026 World Championship Tour here at Snapper Rocks.
Got your throat lozenges ready, Chris?
I'm ready, mate. Born ready. We see these surfers, in free surfs when a lot of people are out in the lineup, but I'm really excited to see them push the limits, and that looks that could be lob, maybe.
Oh, the lobster. Nah, that's not lobster.
Well, I think it is.
And here we go. I've got another surfer up and rip it in down there. And that... And, yeah, ripping through the turns here as we see.
That could have been Eli. Maybe.
Yes, well, the practice session is underway, folks. We've got a few of the surfers out there already, hunting for a bit of a wave. And now up and riding on the backhand, in and out of that one. So, of course, we've got the wild cards as well. Reef Hazelwood, Winter Vincent out there. They'll be getting amongst it. And Dimity Style on the women's side there. All the surfers are frothing to get out there and amongst it. Just waiting their time, biding their time for the right time to hit. Some want the lower tide, some want the higher tide.
Wow, Lungy just finding some shade on that inside section. Just some incredible read on that inside wave through the Normali section. And you can see that they have been pumping the sand non-stop here. The sand gods have been hard at work, and this south to southeast swell is just filtering. This south wind is just pushing that swell and sand around the point, just filtering down the bank tap up. And then with that east swell.
Yeah, the pumps have been on though, mate. The pumps have been on. They've been pumping the sand around. There's so much sand. It's crazy the amount of sand that's out there. When the tide drops out to low, you'll just see ridiculous how much sand is there. And it'll be really grinding on it. And as this swell develops, we should see some really nice barrels, particularly as the tide drains out. So it is the WSL CT training day. So you can watch it live on YouTube as well, coming up there. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Have you picked out your fantasy team yet? Have you? Well, it's time to do it. Maybe watch a practice session and see who's on. And then you can work out from there who you're going to select in your fantasy team. Like Chris, I might wait to watch this today, and then we'll go from there to work out who will be on the fantasy team. Get your fantasy picks in. So, yeah, who's looking ready for a win? So this will be running all day. We've got a few surfers out there at the moment. Sitting on various parts of the bank. And a big paddle from someone here. Oh, I think that might have been Young O. Rightio, welcome to everybody live on YouTube across the world. This is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I'm Terry Tapatis on the mic. I'll be joined throughout the day by Chris Enover. And we've got plenty of surfers out there training. And it is all live here at Snapper Rocks on the one and only Gold Coast. And the swell has arrived. We've got an east-northeast swell averaging about 2 metres, peaking just over 3. And, yeah, from the east-northeast. Got a little bit of a wonk to it. It's at 10 seconds. We've had a high tide at 7, low tide about 1. And the water temp here on the Gold Coast is a delicious 23.5 degrees Celsius. It's pretty nice out there. Definitely board short weather. Still on the Gold Coast, we're in autumn, but on the Gold Coast you can wear board shorts all the way up to the start of winter, really. Some hardy souls decide they'll go all the way. So the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Have you actually picked out your fantasy team yet? And we've got a surfer up running down the line there, whipping it on the backhand. Right down the line here at Snapper Rocks. So the surfers starting to make their way out. We've got more of the surfers here for warm-up. Of course, there's 56 in total. 34 men, 22 women. So we could have 56 out there at once, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'd say more than likely they will take little shifts and work out when they want to surf. Some will want to surf on the high. Some will want to surf mid-tide, low tide. I think the best conditions throughout the day are going to be at mid-tide. That'll probably be the best either side. And on low, it'll get a little tricky. But if you're one of these surfers competing, you really want to sample all the conditions so you know what to expect when it comes to your heat. Okay, we've got the winds today, southerly at the moment, and they will go south to southeast and then southeast, 25 to 45 kilometres an hour. That's the forecast for today. And our surfers out there, a little bit of a reverse sweep going on as well, so a little tricky. Normally the sweep drags you right down the point, but today with that swell direction from the east-northeast, it is actually dragging the surfers out towards the top of Snapper there. So a little bit opposite to what you normally get, but that all depends on the swell direction. And, of course, the waiting period officially starts tomorrow. 8 a.m. will be dawn patrol. If you're watching through your various providers. The waiting period starts tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a start tomorrow morning because the first 3 days, from what I've seen, the weather forecast looks pretty awesome. And wouldn't you like to be in the World Tour and being able to surf out there with just a few crew? We've got Snapper Rocks closed off for the day for all the WSL surfers to get their practice in. And they'll be wanting to practice at all tides, winds, because the wind will change around shortly too. So as that wind swings, it'll provide different conditions again. All up to our surfers to decide when they get out there and get amongst it. And we've got the rising tides late this afternoon as well. That'll be pretty awesome to see. Running till 5:30 tonight. So it's all-day action here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. And some of our surfers warming up there, getting in position. Of course, you know, there's plenty going on. Of course, the Stubbies started in 1977. The brainchild of Peter Druin. What a legend, Peter Druin. As you can see there on your screens, a little bit of a wobble to the swell, but great conditions here for our surfers in the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. I'm Terry Tapatis. Welcome, folks, if you're checking out the training day. We're going to see some great surfing throughout the day. Once again, we're looking at the high tide. We're dropping away from the high tide to a low around 1 this afternoon. And there we go. We've got one of our surfers up. And that, of course, was number 64, Mr. Oscar Berry. I had a bit of a chat to Oscar before. And there we go. That's Barron carving in, Barron Mamea. Barron enjoying some of these walls. It's a little bit cornering off, but what a great way to get a few warm-ups in, get a couple of laps there. So have you selected your fantasy team yet? I think Chris has gone away to grab a coffee and select his fantasy team, but he might be watching there. As you see another surfer down the line there. Getting a couple of ways, so it's starting to get a little crowded in the lineup. Well, not really. If you can consider normally Snapper Rocks, these sort of conditions, it'd be about 300 or 400 out there. Well, maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but sometimes it's that crowded you could walk across people's heads just to get out the back. Not that anyone does that. But yes, you've got the 34 men that can do their practice, and the 22 women, or 24 women, I should say. All our surfers warming up, and you can watch it all live on YouTube. So if you leave the beach today, you can get down and watch it all on YouTube. Oh, look out. You can see Italo's out there. Italo Fiera, you can see him in the lineup. He's ready to go. World champ. Yeah, Italo. Ew. So, yes, the different surfers out there looking for that wave. Getting a bit of training in, getting the feel for Snapper Rocks without the crazy crowd that's always out there. Everybody out there trying to get their wave. Get a few warm-ups in. And there we go, winner of Margaret River, Lakey Peterson now up and riding. Lakey whipping it out of the lip. Look at that. So there's the form of the winner of the last round, Lakey Peterson. Lakey, she was pretty fired up. And a second win at Margaret River, so she's pretty happy with that. So our surfers warming up and enjoying the waves here at Snapper Rocks. It's the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Who are you going to select on your fantasy team? Well, you can watch today and check all that out. As we see another surfer up and riding there, heading down the line. And there's Italo. Italo carving it off the top. Look at that distinctive board. It's like he's got the same wrap as the racing cars with his Red Bull sponsorship. There's a man who loves Red Bull. Sometimes say he's chock-a-block full of the Red Bulls and pull it into the tube. Oh, doesn't come out though. Getting the feel. Getting the feel for the ocean here at Snapper Rocks. Getting the sandbank, get a bit of sand in your hands and feeling it around. And there we go. That is the young man, Oscar Berry. Oscar's primed. He surfs here all the time. And young Big O, as I call him. He loves it at Snapper. And there we go, off the top. Big O just loosening up as he heads down towards Little Marley down there. Oscar Berry, number 64. So the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I'm Terry Tapatis. Welcome to Snapper Rocks, ladies and gentlemen, on the World Wide Web. And here we go, up and riding. That is Carissa Moore, 5 times world champion. Oh, Riss has won this event a few times. She loves it here at Snapper Rocks. And Super Mum Power. There she goes, ripping through this. And Riss taking it through to the end. And, oh, looking spicy. How's your fantasy team looking out there? Wow. 5-time world champ Carissa Moore. She's fired up. You can see that. She's looking spicy. A little bit paprika on that turn. So, who's your fantasy picks? Maybe time to get on the WSL app and check it all out. Our surfers out there training away. We've got a big day ahead of us, folks. Surfers out there practicing all day. And I'm going to wrap it up with the rising tides this afternoon. So that'll be pretty damn awesome out there. It is the practice day. All our surfers out there trying to get in their waves, get their warm-ups in. And there you go. Is that Lahani Zorik out there? Oh, Lahani. She's already there with the praise. Tell you what, that girl has got some spunk. Gotta love it. And here we go. Look at this. It's a big drop and off the bottom there. That's a net. And as an Israeli surfer. And now, look, here we go. No number at all, but that is none other than Mr. Jordy Smith. You can't miss Jordy. The big human he is, and what a great human he is too. Did so well at Burleigh last year. He loves Burleigh Heads. Loves Snapper Rocks, loves Australia. The South African had a great... I remember seeing Jordy when he was a little bloke in the Pro Juniors, or before the Pro Juniors, in the cadet events and that. He'd come out from South Africa and come and surf all the events. And fine young man and a fine human he is too. As are most of the humans that are out there. They're fine humans, as we see surfer racing down the line there. That's Erin Brooks. Young Erin kicking it out. She's got some great flair to herself, Erin Brooks there. And have you selected your WSL fantasy team? Oh, it's time to watch and maybe check it out. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We've got, wow, I think 10, 12 hours of practice surfing here. All the surfers getting in there. I'm Terry Tapatis. Of course, joining me on the mic later, he'll be having a few stints, will be Chris Enover. We're going to be talking you through the day. We've got a big day ahead of us. And plenty of surfing to watch. And, wow, let's see it getting exciting as that tide drains out. And, of course, the stuff going on behind the rock. That'll be pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to someone there's actually one of the surfers is heading behind the rock there. You can't stop the rock. I'm amazed at Ockie and Parko and that haven't snuck out there. You never know. And here we go. Oh, look out. That was Ethan Ewing. Ethan, no stranger here at Snapper Rocks as well. Of course, comes from Minjerribah, of course, North Stradbroke Island. What a beautiful place in the world that is. Anyone from overseas, if you're ever coming to Australia, it is one of the must visits there, Minjerribah, or otherwise known as North Stradbroke Island. You've got to get the vehicle ferry over there, or you can get the public transport as well. And some amazing waves over there. So we've got a possible call at 7:30 tomorrow morning. As we see the surfers, they're all paddling out there, getting in position. Pack of the young ladies out there ready to go. And, here we go, taken off from deep. I think that looks like Mr. Oscar Berry. Big O, he loves this place. He's got the greens and black zebra stripe spray, very distinctive. And now coming from behind there, that is our surfer, Tia. And Tia Zabowski, and she's going to head back out. And a bit more backhand attack. Whoa, up and under. Caroline marks that distinctive, powerful Occy-esque style. And she actually said it's, a great compliment to be compared to the famous Mark Occhilupo. Such a powerful backhand style Caroline has, and you saw that there, 12 o'clock. She didn't have a digital watch when she grew up. She obviously had one with hands because she knows exactly where 12 o'clock is. 180 degrees vertical. This is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And look out. Jordy Smith down the line there, not on our screen, but Jordy down the line, cracking in there. Can't miss the big man. And the Snapper Rocks has been closed for the day. It's only open to the WSL surfers. You can go surf down Rainbow Bay into Greenmount, into Kirra. There's plenty of ways there. Even at North Kirra, there's a bit of a wave. Of course, the opening heats, some great opening heats, and then you can pick your fantasy team. Plenty to see and do there from the fantasy team. Of course, Gold Coast Pro, previous winners. Of course, last year we were at Burleigh Heads and Felipe Toledo won it. For that, it was a challenger, and Mikey McDonough, that was an exciting win, that one. That was one of the loudest crowds. I've seen Sammy Pupo the year before, so Sammy Pupo, when it was a challenger, had great success here, so he'll be looking to redo that success to get his fine Snapper Rocks, really suits his style. Julian Wilson back in 2018. Italo won it in 2019. Owen Wright in 17. Matt Wilco in 16. Mick Lowe way back in 2004. I remember the one when Dean Morrison won in 2003. They gave him a green jacket, like the US Masters, and he was wearing a green jacket round. I don't know where they got it from the op shop. But, yeah, I remember Dino that night walking around with the green jacket. So it's a WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Wins by country. This is for the men. 25% Australia, 9% USA, 5% Brazil, 3% Hawaii. I don't know that's the number of wins, sorry. 25 wins for Australia, 9 for the USA, 5 for Brazil, and 3 for Hawaii. And there has been 33 regular footer wins, natural footers, and 9 goofy foot wins. A lot of those coming later in the piece. So the most, as we see, ripping into this one, that is Tyler Wright. Tyler B.I.T. back in town. Of course, Kelly Slater, the most wins out here, with 6. Kelly with in 97, 98, 206, 208, 211, and 213. Taj Barrow, the next, 2001, 210, 212. Parko, 2002, 2009. Mick Fanning, 05 and 07. Tom Curran, 90, 85 and 84. MR, well, including the stubbies here, 81 and 79. And Philippe Toledo, last year, 2025 and 2015. So that's on the men's side, of course. Lots of 10-point rides in there as well, as we see racing down the line, Ethan Ewing, number 33. And Ethan, look at that direct and, kicks the tail, just drives it out. We're going to probably see a few times here that the surfers may fall off, but that's because they're trying, they're doing stuff and pushing the envelope. And seeing what is and isn't possible in this lineup. Of course, on the women's side, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson getting the win from Hawaii last year. Erin Brooks in 24. India Robertson, 23. Katie Simmers in 22. Carolyn Marks in 19. Lakey Peterson, who won the last event at Margaret River, well, no stranger to a win here, so Lakey would be fancying her chances out there. And, of course, the queen of Snapper Rock, Stephanie Gilmore. She's out there as well. And her mate, the wild card, Dimity Stoyle as well. So, Dim, she'll be fired up in the trials where she won. She really, there, as we see, Carissa Moore using mum power. Got the, she's looking spicy out there this morning, Riss. This is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, watching live on YouTube. Terry Tapatis, welcome to Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast. We're heading away from a 7 a.m. high tide to a low tide around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And there we go, surfer up and racing. And that is Liam O'Brien, Lobby, the Gold Coast surfer. And Lob's got the pedal to the metal. That wave gets to go around it. So it looks like Lob will be doing a bit of a run around. Of course, Liam O'Brien, a member of my Board Riders Club, Burleigh Board Riders. You Google Top Blake and Liam O'Brien comes up. Top Blake surfer dude. And here we go. Ethan Ewing kicks it out of the top of the wave. So the surfer, look out. Getting loose in the juice is Ethan Ewing. And now up there on the backhand. That is Vaheen, I think. Fierro. On the backhand. Whipping it up and under. So the ladies and the men, wow, 12 o'clock. Once again, no digital watches owned by these surfers. They know exactly where 12 o'clock is on the clock. Straight up. So the opening foray of our practice session. Surfers got all day, so they'll probably do it in shifts. Different tides, different conditions, when the wind's up, when the wind backs off. And here we go. That's a Lakey Peterson, of course, winner of the last event at Margaret River. She's won here before. She'll be fancying her chances. And, oh, she got a little bit of a grower here heading down in towards the Little Marley. And kicking out of the lip, and just comes unstuck there. So conditions is going to start changing as the tide drops out. We've got a few of the surfers up towards the top of the rock. Not many really deep behind the rock as yet. As yet. We're going to see plenty going on. And some great surfing. Have you picked your fantasy team yet? The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, that's what we got on today. At the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And there we go. It's Griff. Griffin Colapinto. Look at him racing down the line there. Oh, big Larry. Doesn't pull it off there. Set your fantasy team now. As we see there, surfer racing down the line there. So some great waves rolling through Snapper Rocks. And there we go. Ramsey Bookham out there. And here we go. That's Italo up and down. And down he goes. Hooking right up and down. No holding back from Italo. You can see now the tide's draining out a bit. And it's starting to hollow out right across towards behind the rock. And there's a few surfers now really deep behind the rock. I reckon we could see some pretty exciting stuff going on there with some really deep takeoffs. And some exciting surfing going down. And there's Tia up and riding, carving it back. Tia Zabrowski taking it all the way down the line through to Little Marley. And up behind her, that's Sawyer Lindbad. And then at Carissa Moore. Carissa's been looking really loose out here, looking comfortable, and well, she knows this place. She's a former winner here as well. And look at this section for her stepping up and goes down there. So this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Our surfers are starting to get in a bit of a pack there. We've got a few up the top. Waiting for someone to get in behind the rock. I'm wondering if we're going to see any of those crazy ones. Oscar Berry'd be one to be doing that. He loves it behind the rock. Big O. Well, looks like the rip is starting to turn around the other way. Earlier, it was actually a bit of a reverse sweep. Was dragging the surface out. But now that the tide's draining out, the sweep here at Snapper Rocks, which is quite a strong one. Snapper, Burleigh, Kira, Currumbin Alley here on the Gold Coast. They're well known for their really powerful sweeps that drag you down the lineup. And that was Joel Vaughan there on a quick one. And now a bit of a paddle here by the looks. It's Lakey Peterson. Well, Lakey's been getting plenty of waves out there, getting the repetitions in, getting the reps in and carving it back down towards the end. And heading down towards Little Marley. Of course, Little Marley are the group of rocks just in front here. Of course, have you set your fantasy team? Think you can pick the winner of each heat? Play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks lock before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Set your bracket now on worldsurfleague.com. People watching live this practice session across the world. And, of course, people here live at Snapper Rocks checking it out as well. You can see one of the surfers there. I think that might be Oscar waiting to jump off the rock there. It's definitely an art jumping off the rock there. You don't want to go too early. You don't want to jump it sometimes because those rocks are like cheese graters. Oh, no, that's Connor O'Leary. Connor's out there. He's ready to go. He knows what he's doing out there. It's Connor now living at Lennox Head. He's got dad power going on too. And there we go. Lahani's Oryx out there. Lahani seagulling a few down the end. Can't stop that young lady. And here we go. Oh, look out. Nice little carve there. Molly Picklum. Of course, Moll, I was talking to her this morning. She is psyched. She is ready to go. I'm going to take a little bit of a break and hand you over to Mr. Chris Enover. I'm Terry Tapatisse. Over to you, Chris Enover.
Yeah, cheers, Tapper. Let's rock and roll. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day is underway here at Snapper Rocks. And, well, what a day it's going to be. The athletes would be fizzing at the bits to have Snapper Rock all to themselves. Really get to sharpen the tools. Suss out the bank. Just saw Tommy Witts walking down and, well, essentially said to Griff and Cross, just treat it like a surf day. Treat it like you're on a surf trip. Go out, get a couple of waves, come in, get something to eat, get some water, debrief, test your boards out. Obviously, there's a bit of a mad rush right now, peak hour out there with everyone trying to... Well, it's pretty hard knowing you've got Snapper Rocks all day to not get out there straight away and sit back and watch all your fellow competitors just tear the bag out of some perfect running rights. The Southwest has puffed up a bit. There's Oscar Berry just ripping into a couple of turns. And for everyone out there and tuning in around the world, whether you're on the beach, whether you're tuned into the WSL YouTube channel, today's the day where you can get the jump on everyone that you're competing against in your WSL fantasy. You can get over there, really debrief your team today. You're going to be able to watch all of these top 56 surfers in both the men's and women's draw. Just take to Snapper Rocks. And there is, well, one of the fastest surfers alive, Italo Ferreira. I don't want to give all the secrets away, but if you jump over to the WSL bracket online, you can see who is matched up against who to start this event off. And, well, I feel like that's the best way to break down your fantasy team. Get online, check it out. Look at the bracket draw. And there is Vahine and Italo. So the Goofies back to back. Wow, Italo just decimating some sections down the line. And there he is. He's been told to put the rashie on. The big South African, Jordy Smith. Just ripping down the line here. Currently sitting 16th on the rankings, so well, probably didn't have the start to the year that he was hoping for, but can make it all turn around here at the Gold Coast, an event where he's had a lot of success over the years. A lot of similarities here to J-Bay. When you think about surfers in the world that haven't got that world title under their belt, Jordy has to be up there in conversations with the most decorated surfer to ever not win a world title. You think of others, Taj Burrow, Sally Fitz. There's some incredible surfers that have gone so close. And there he is, Caltex, number 6, making his way out. Just a man of power. So Caltex making his way out for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. That looks like Leo. So currently sitting at 9th on the rankings, Leo. He's had a good start to the year, some very solid results. And that's Winter Vincent, the wild card for this event. The boy from Manly, and the yellow leaders jersey. That very powerful and unmissable style of Gabrielle Bryan. So Gabby Bryan and Gabe Medina, the two Gabs donning the yellow jerseys here at Snapper Rocks. And if you jump on WSL Fantasy, you can go into the bracket draw competition. And I highly advise doing that before submitting your fantasy team, because it does really let you pick the brackets and understand who's going to match up against who could win a heat, who might match up against someone in the next heats. Does avoid those dreaded early round matchups when you have your fantasy team. Nothing worse than a power surfer coming up against one of the other top surfers in an early draw and, well, just cutting them at the knees, and your fantasy team just gets decimated. So we'll flick on the bracket challenge right now on the WSL app. And we'll get some thoughts out there of everyone. Looks like round one, heat number one. Caltex. Callum Robson, Oscar Berry. Heat number two, Matthias Hurdy, Reef Hazelwood. Heat three, Luke Thompson, Winter Vincent. Heat number four, Morgan Siblick and Ramsey Bookayam. Wow, there is a big crisp turn on the inside from Caroline Marks. 2023 world champion. Looking very spicy out there. And there's Matthias making his way over the rocks, number 48. Can see that black carbon construction JS quad fin setup. Ooh, there we go. I remember the last person that I remember riding a quad fin out here and with a lot of success was none other than fellow countryman Philippe Salido. He rode that black quad fin to victory over there at Trestles as well when he won the world title. Obviously a different board design though. Philippe's got the sharp eye and Matthias on the JS. Well, that board's looking very, very fast, I tell you that much. A quick in and out for Leo Fioravanti. Had a little bit of injury over there at West Oz. Headbutt of the reef. But he is fired up and ready to go. And here, one of the 2%ers, Cole Hauschman, just ripping into that backhand attack, which saw him, well, surf to victory down there at Bells. And up and riding. There's a quick in out for Tyler Wright. And that looks like Sawyer on the backhand. It's just very sharp and precise with her attack. And, well, there's Matthias, number 48, on that black quad fin setup, the JS. We can see the Southwester has slightly started to puff up out there. And, well, there is one of the queens of women's surfing, Carissa Moore, working her way through to the inside section. Number 10, always chasing 10s. It's great to see Riss back on the world stage. And, well, I tell you what, Carissa and Steph, I feel like coming into this event with something really to prove. They will be super fired up. And, well, you can flick over to the WSL Bracket Challenge on the women's side of things. Have a look at the opening matchups there. So, Francesca Vaselko versus Yolanda Hopkins. So, the two country women doing battle in that opening heat. The two Portuguese surfers. And heat number 2, Sally Fitz, Bella Kenworthy. Heat 3, Vaheen Fierro versus Brisa Hennessy. Well, that's a really good matchup there. Heat number 4, Carissa Moore and, well, the young superstar, Ty Zabrowski. That's a crazy first round matchup. And Heat number 5, Alyssa Spencer, Nadia Aristab. Heat 6, Tyler Wright, and Nat Lelor. Heat number 7, Erin Brooks, Stephanie Gilmore. Wow, that is another crazy matchup. That is just Master versus the Apprentice right there. The GOAT versus the up-and-coming superstar. And heat number 8, Soy Lindblad versus none other than trials winner, Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle. So there your round 1 matchups on the bracket challenge you can check out. And there's Ramsey, the Moroccan prince, up and riding. Just whips that backhand. And behind him, Jordy Smith on a bigger ride, just going down. And there is Marco. So Marco Mignot, number 73. And there's EE, Ethan Ewing, making his way out, number 33. At fresh DHD, Darren Hanley design under his feet. And whoa, that looks like Cowley Vast. Very powerful, goofy footer. Number 24 cracks that last end section, so looking very sharp. And as we roll into round 2 on the bracket challenge for the men's side of things, heat number 1, Barramia, Marco Mignot. So we did just see Marco on a wave then, up against the Hawaiian Baron. Jordy versus Cowley in heat number 2. So that's a very heavy-footed, powerful matchup there. We saw both those two surfers in the lineup right now. And heat number 3, Italo will match up against winner of the Luke Thompson or winner Vincent heat. So whoever you think's going to win that first heat, chuck them through the bracket. They'll match up against Italo. Ethan Ewing versus Rio Waida. That is heat number 4. Crosby, Colapinto, and Jake Marshall, heat number 5. So all USA battle there. Griffin will match up against the winner of Mateus and Reef Hazelwood. And I'll tell you something I do notice as well is that, well, Griffin and Crosby side by side again in the heat draw. I don't think they'll match up in round 3. It looks like they'll more than likely... Actually, they will. If they both win their opening rounds, they'll match up in round 3 again. So we could be having an all Colapinto matchup in round number 3 based on the brackets. Heat number 7, George Pitter, Alejo Menez. George coming off that crazy victory in West Oz and, well, did it for the Anzacs. It was a very exciting win, and well, you could see how much it meant to him. He was just a dream come true, and that's what this tour is all about. It's those victories that really stamp people's authority and make people's careers. George coming into this event now sitting number 2 in the world. So sitting at number 2 in the world is Mr. George Pitter. And wow, there's Morgan Siblick, number 20. He'll be surfing as Ramsey Bookham in round 1. But back to the bracket challenge in round number 2 of the men's. Kanoe Garashi, Liam O'Brien. That is heat number 8. The Argo Dora will match up against either the winner of Oscar Berry and Callum Robson. And Conor O'Leary, Joel Vaughan. So 2 good mates doing battle there. Jack Robbo against Al Cleland in heat number 11. Leo against Seth. Wow, there's a really exciting matchup. 2 training partners. And good mates doing battle there. So Leo and Seth, they'll be heat number 12. The current yellow jersey leader, Gabe Medina. He'll be matching up against the winner of Morgs and Ramsey. For heat 14, Philippe versus Cole Hauschman. Heat 15, Sami Pupo versus Zhao Chianca. So 2 Brazilians in that matchup. And rounding out round number 2 will be Miggy Pupo against Eli Hanneman. So that's your breakdown of the first 2 rounds of the bracket challenge, which you can go and check out at WSL. On the WSL app, click into the fantasy section, put in your fantasy team, but make sure you check the bracket challenge out first. And that looked like Luana. Coming off, well, a very, very close second place over there in West Oz. Came down to the very last wave of the event. Well, she pretty much had her hands wrapped around the wine barrel, and Lakey just ripped it out of her grasp right at that last wave. But tell you what, coming into this event with a second place under your belt in the first 2 events must put a lot of confidence in the belly and in the heart. So we see there out on the back rocks, Barron, 88, Molly, number 26, and Tyre, number 78. So that is the dreaded rock jump at Snapper Rocks. Those rocks are razor sharp. And well, speaking of someone who's looking razor sharp right now, that is Mr. Jolie Vaughan, number 68. Winner of the Stab High last year in the wave pool. Man has backflips in his repertoire. Speaking of someone else who's and that is Caltex. Callum punting on the inside section, just goes down. You can go check out Cal's Instagram and all the coaching tips he does do. Does a lot of work down there at the HPC and gives back to the younger generation. Very inspirational and a book full of knowledge, Callum Robson. And there she is, the GOAT, Steph Gilmore. Just dusting off the cobwebs and getting the feet in the wax. So the Queen of Snapper Rocks is out in the lineup. And, well, there's Ethan Ewing just decimating that inside section. There is Tyler Wright. And Luana Silva just feeling out the wax this morning. We saw Lakey Peterson out there as well, alongside number 23, Tyler Wright. You can see that glistening sou'wester just puffing up slightly. Not the ideal wind here. We do like it more out of the south direction, but look at these pristine blue walls on the inside section. As you can see out the back towards the top of the lineup, you can see that sou'wester puffing up the face just a little bit, but as you get down the line, the wave starts to bend more into Little Marley section. You can see it does clean up slightly. But the bank is looking incredible right now. Plenty of opportunity from out the back and all the way down the line. You can see those little sidewinders that offer plenty of opportunity. And that looked like Vahine Fierro. And well, 88, Barron just ripping his way through the end section. Winner of the Pipe Masters a couple years back, and looking to put a good result on the board here at Snapper Rocks. And Cowley representing France. It's going to be exciting to see Cowley in the event over there at his home break in Chopu. He's been, won the trials a number of times and had some wild cards, but first full year on the tour as a rookie. And there's Leo with so much speed to burn, just rips into that forehand gaff. Well, it's so exciting to have pro surfing back here at Snapper Rocks. Last year we were at Burleigh Heads, and what an incredible event that was. Saw Philippe Toledo get the win there over, well, just pipped Julian Wilson on the post for that fantasy story return. And, well, Felipe Toledo, one of the most exciting surfers to ever don a rashi here at Snapper Rocks. And, well, we just saw Lakey Peterson just get absolutely drained through the little Marley section. Wasn't on the camera, unfortunately, but, well, Margaret River champ is back and in a big way. Looking very confident, Lakey Peterson. And look at these waves. The tide's starting to filter out. We do have a 7 o'clock call tomorrow. And I can tell you, we will... I could probably put my house on it. We'll be underway tomorrow with the forecast we have on offer. But we'll let the commissioner and head judges decide who will be running tomorrow. But I dare say both men's and women round one are a very, very strong chance of running. But if we jump over to the Surfline forecast, and we can see that today, 4 to 6 foot of swell, they're talking. And looks like it's going to hold tomorrow. Maybe a slight dip in size. But the wind's looking incredible. It's going to drop off slightly with the wind. And 10 more towards that south-southeast direction. So that's perfect for here at Snapper Rocks and Rainbow Bay. Then we see a pulse in the swell. A little pickup of the swell on Saturday. So Super Saturday will be well and truly all guns blazing, you'd have to say, with the forecast that we have on the table. And that looks like, oh, Ethan Ewing just absolutely detonating a couple of sections out the back. That silky smooth approach. And he's coming back to the Gold Coast with well and truly something to prove. He'll be fired up. And wow. That board of Leo's is looking incredible under his feet. Well, after seeing that, I have to make some adjustments to my fantasy team, I think, because Leo is looking super sharp out there this morning. No headbutt to the reef stopping that man, that's for sure. But then Sunday as well, for the forecast, is looking really clean. 5 to 7 foot of swell, 10-second period. East swell with south to southeast winds again. And then even a bit more of a bump on Monday. We originally looked like we're having some north winds come into the equation on Monday, but according to Surfline now, that's been pushed back until, well, Thursday. So we could just be go, go, go. I mean, these are the comps you dream of. First 4 days of the waiting period, you could just blitz this entire thing out in pumping conditions. Hopefully the weather holds off. We get a lot of sun and all the spectators can come down and, well, enjoy this magical part of the world here on the Gold Coast. So there's Erin Brooks. And, well, I think she would have been the last female to lock in a 10-point ride here at Snapper Rocks Remember a few years ago in the Challenger Series when we did have Snapper Rocks as one of the stops on the Changers. Erin Brooks just locked into a cave out behind the rock and got tubed all the way across the bank, the longest tube of the whole event by far, and spat out into the channel, then just finished it off with a couple of big, huge backhand belts. And, well, that was a 10 all day of the week. And, well, she'll be looking to draw from those experiences out here as she matches up against none other than Stephanie Gilmore. So fun fact also as well, we look back on this event here at Snapper and talk about who are some multiple champions of this event. Well, there's only one surfer currently in the draw for the men's side of things who have multiple victories here. Can anyone guess who it is? Who has had multiple victories out here at Snapper Rocks? Well, in the Gold Coast Pro. It's none other than Philippe Toledo. So, well, maybe a bit of an asterisk on that one because he did get the win at Burleigh last year, but he's definitely tasted victory on the Gold Coast twice in CT level, and both times taken down Julian Wilson. So, Jules, I wish he was getting a start in the event, I tell you that much. He was in the trials the other day, but just came up short. It was Reef Hazelwood, the goofy, taking down all the natural footers in that final. So unfortunately, Jules won't be getting revenge on Felipe at this event. But yeah, Felipe 2015 and 2025 champion on the Gold Coast. Other royalties that he has joined in multiple championships here at the Gold Coast: Mark Richards, Tom Curran, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Kelly Slater, and none other than TB, Taj Burrow. There is some true royalty. And well, let's flip over to the women's side of things and check out some past event champions up here on the Gold Coast. So people who've won events on the Gold Coast. Well, there's currently 3 surfers in the draw that have had multiple wins on the Gold Coast. Can you think who they would be? Who have had multiple wins on the Gold Coast on the women's side of the draw? Wow, these waves are just pumping through right now. It's looking so clean. That middle section is just looking really groomed. And speaking of multiple champs, one of them is up and riding right now. That looks like Stephanie Gilmore. 6 times winner here on the Gold Coast. The most decorated in the sport, that's for sure. Other multiple event winners include Tyler Wright. She had a win in 2016 and 2013. So, well, Tyler Wright's first win on the Gold Coast was 13 years ago. And Steph's first win on the Gold Coast 21 years ago, 2005. So 21 years since Steph won her first event on the Gold Coast, taking down Megan Abubo. And Carissa Moore tasted victory in 2011 and 2015. So all of those 3 surfers will be in round number 1. So you can jump on the bracket challenge. Tyler, Steph, and Carissa all in round number 1. The winners of the round number 1 do jump through to round number 2 with the seeded surfers, the seeded athletes skipping that round 1. And those seedings and rankings are adjusted throughout the season. They do have a combination of last year's results as well as this year's current results that do make adjustments. So we will see those ratings start to shift up and those brackets start to change as we work through the season. Has been a couple of matchups early on. We've seen multiple matchups happen more than once, and well, it starts to develop really strong rivalries between some of these surfers. And there's Leo. He's been on everything. He is well and truly in the groove out here in this session. I'd have to say he'd be leading this expression session so far. He's just been on everything that moves and looking super sharp. And, well, there's Aaron Brooks. Oh, wow. Mr. Griffin Colapinto just looking so sure-footed out there. Looking very, very clean, very powerful, and I feel like his surfing just keeps going to the next level. Every single year we see him, he's just looking so sharp. Here's Jack Robbo. Just lives just up there on the hill at D-Bar, so a very familiar face in this lineup. Well, hasn't had the start to the season that he would be hoping for, but tell you what, the Shaman, Jack Robbo, he's not fazed by something like that. If anything, it just puts more fire in the belly, more zen to come out here and just shaman his way into one of those tubes out behind the rock. Well, looking at past winners of this event as well. This event has been very, very kind to the Aussies. 25 wins coming to the Australians in the men's side of things. 9 to the USA. Brazil have had 5 wins out here at Snapper, and Hawaii 3 on the men's side of things. And well, what's the ratio of goofies to naturals? Unfortunately, the goofies have come off second best in this event. Just 9 wins going the way of the goofies on the men's side of things. Speaking of goofies, here is Mr. Cole Houshman just whipping that board vertical. And 33 wins coming the way of the regular or natural footers here on the Gold Coast. So the goofies looking to get a few more back on these regular footers, I feel. But with the likes of, well, Gabby Medina sitting in the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, Cole Houshman, Callie Vast. Connor O'Leary. Wow, there's some deadly goofy footers in this event. Miguel Pupo, winner of Bells. And speaking of the Pupos. There is Sammy up and riding right there. And I remember a few years back when this event was a Challenger Series, Sammy Pupo was untouchable. Not even anyone could get close. It looked like he was going about 25% faster than every surfer in the lineup. He had an incredible board under his feet, and I know JS has been working very hard with all the athletes he has on tour for this event, and well, there's not many other people that know this wave like JS and dial in boards, except for his good mate Darren Hanley. So DH and JS, I feel like the battle of the Goldie Shapers up here, and there's so many surfers riding their equipment for this event. I have to get the rankings for the Shapers rankings up, actually, because I feel like that's an event where those two Shapers would love to go head to head here and see who comes out on top. But as we have a quick glance at the rankings so far for 2026, so this is the third event on the World Championship Tour calendar. We did have Bells Beach and Margaret River, so the Aussie treble does round out here. So the GWM Aussie treble, and I'm pretty sure the winner takes home a GWM tank if you win the Aussie treble. I think Gabby Medina is, well, he's leading for sure, because we're essentially going off the rankings that we currently have, because they're the first three events of the year. So the only person in the top 10 that can actually drive that car home would be George Pitter. The rest of them need to be, well, driving them across the ocean to get them home, put them on a plane or on a boat. But as we do look at the rankings on the men's side of things, Gabby Medina sits in first. George Pitter sitting in second by just the narrowest of margins. Well, about 550 points behind Gabby. Miggy Pupo, he's in third. Yago in fourth. Sammy, then Griffin, Italo, Kanoa, Leo, and Crosby. There's your top 10 after two events. Then we roll down the line. Barron, Joel, Ethan Ewing, Philippe Salida, Rio, and Jordy down there in 16th. As we keep scrolling down, there's definitely been a few big names that were looking to really claw their way back up the rankings. We see Jack Robo in 21. And that is in the green Rashi, Alyssa Spencer. So great to see Alyssa back on the tour where she belongs. And well, if we go over the women's rankings right now, I do see that name pretty far up the rankings at the moment. She's had a great start to the year. Semi-final finish down there at Bells Beach. So it is the other Gabby Bryan in the yellow jersey for the women's side of the draw on the 2026 women's rankings. Holding down the yellow jersey, Gabby Bryan. Lakey in second after that win in Margaret River. Then the last year's 2025 world champion, Molly Picklum. She's just looming there. Just keeping everyone honest. Ready to pounce. Wow, how was that searing carve? That was one of the maneuvers of the day so far. That was incredible surfing. And that is Morgs. Oh, my word. Morgan Siblick is just looking incredible out there in this lineup right now. And I think that was Luke Thompson behind him. Oh, my word. Luke Thompson and Morgan Siblick have just locked in the two best waves of the day by far. Some incredible surfing. That first turn of Morgan Siblick was just almost unfathomable how long he held the rail for then. And Luke Thompson, no stranger to right point breaks. So we'll let that one sit with your fantasy team and your bracket challenge right now. I'm going to definitely making a few adjustments as this day goes on. And if you are serious about taking down the WSL fantasy, whatever group you're in, whatever battle you got going on with your best mates or the rest of the world, today's the day where you jump on the Fantasy Live training day and just get the feel. See who's looking in form, whose equipment is looking just on point. But so far, Luke Thompson and Morgs. Leo, he's been one of them. I welcome Tapper back into the booth. You can come over and talk to me, mate. I've just been talking to myself for about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Oh, well, mate, it is plenty to see out there. And, wow, I've been down chatting to the coaches too. They've all got their little plans and what they're expecting out of their athletes. And they definitely have got they're in the caddy shack there. I have a laugh, Luke Egan and Richard Marsh sitting in the caddy shack, the Bonsoy caddy shack. They look quite comfortable there. As we see, here we go, a bit of backhand action. Searing turns and forehand. Jordy down the line there. And on the backhand. Oh, look out. Going crazy there. Carly Vast. And he did so well in Newcastle as well to make sure they won the Challenger Series. And here we go. Beautiful power in carve, of course. The queen of snapper rocks. Guitarist extraordinaire. She does about everything, Steph. What can't she do? Supergirl. Stephanie Gilmore, SG. Supergirl. She should have a big S on her jersey too, I reckon.
Or a G for the GOAT.
Yeah.
Look at this little inside drainer. That is, I think, Griffin on the inside section, maybe? That looks like Griff. Wow. So this bank has a few different sections on it that really offer up that dream little drain pipe, Tapper.
And the forecast has been looking better and better. Looks like we might, you never know, we might do a hit and run. We might be all over in 4 days. Smash, smash, smash.
Yeah, that could be the dream. Well, the dream for all the workers and especially the athletes, because you bang this thing out in 4 days of pumping waves. I feel like it has really let you get on a roll. You know, you can get dialed in, get into a rhythm. You know, and today is a perfect way just to kick that rhythm off. Now, understanding, I'm sure the coaches will be right across it and all the support crew. Checking out the draws, checking out the bracket challenge, Tapper. When are their heats potentially going to be running? And it's not that hard to probably figure out. You go, okay, tomorrow they could start with men's or women round one. Do they go straight into women's and keep rolling through? Or do they go into the men's and keep going with men's? You can kind of work it out. There's a few different, I guess, combinations of when your first heat could run based on what they do choose. So I'm sure they'd be eyeing off the waves today and getting understanding of how the waves are breaking on different tides, different parts of the bank, where the scoring opportunity comes from.
As we see Luana Silva there racing down the line, those pink rails there. Of course, did so well at Margaret River, the runner-up finish. And, oh, look out. It's none other than Felipe Toledo. Look at the style there. Wow, loose in the juice. And, wow, the tail rotation. Didn't make that one, but he's looking pretty good. I was talking to Morgs, too. Like, Morgs said, well, my heat's going to be on about this time if it happens then. He's thinking so. They're all thinking maybe try out the different conditions and different tides, and it should change as the day goes on, these conditions. And there we go. Of course, that's Marco Mignon getting a little one there now. There's a few surfers creeping right out behind the rock. I'm looking forward to seeing some behind the rock action in the trials. Mitty Parker, I don't know if you saw it. It was one of the heaviest airdrop head first down. I was actually quite worried for Mitch, but Mitty's made a tough stuff, and he bounced back and straight up there. But wow. It's definitely, you got to put it on the line when you're behind the rock. And it's, I think the judges will be looking at that as we see a little bit of a run here for, that's George Pitter. George, of course, winner of the last event, George Pitter.
Yeah, I wonder how that plays in your mind. I mean, you're coming to Snapper.
Got to be feeling good.
Sitting number 2 in the world. Yeah. You must be just feeling full of confidence. But it is one of those tricky ones, you know. How do you respond after a major event win? You know, you want to obviously not let it get to your head too much, but you want to take that confidence as well and run with it. But just knowing you've got it in you to take down the best in the world must take a lot of pressure off. And
it does all behind the rock in the barrel.
That looks like Jack.
Wow.
Who was that, actually?
That was, that might have been... that's Felipe.
No.
Behind the rock, was it?
No, that was
number
Seth.
7. Oh, Seth. Seth behind the rock. Oh,
wow.
I was seeing double, mate. I saw 2 7s, not one. I was seeing double. That was crazy. And Italo, he's got the Formula 1 job on his spray job on his board.
Wow. Okay, now.
Italo's firing up.
That was some incredible surfing. There's Lakey Peterson, former last event winner, number 7.
And she's won here before too, Chris.
Yep. Past event champ.
And, Ramsey, I was talking. Oh, no, that's Connor. Sorry, Connor. Hasn't Connor got some 12 o'clock going on? Connor O'Leary.
Ring-a-ding-ding. It's lunchtime, baby.
Yeah, it's always lunchtime when Connor's on a wave. 12 o'clock, or sometimes even it's 1 o'clock. He loves it. Of course, lives down the road at Lennox Head. No stranger to the right-hand points nowadays. And here we go. Oh, there's Felipe. Look at the speed. It's like he's got a jet engine under that board.
Yeah, so I'm actually a part of this Survival League Tapper, some friends of ours. And the way it works is you have to pick a surfer in each event that gets through round 2. That's it. One surfer in each event. You have one life. I got done in at Bells. I picked Ethan in Bells, and we lost the life there. But
how many lives do you get, mate?
You get one life.
Oh, so you're gone.
So I lost one life in Bells with Ethan going down early. But it's tricky because you look at every heat, you start to overanalyze it. You really, try to analyze and break down each matchup. Like the bracket challenge is obviously the perfect place to do that. And you kind of want to analyse what potential matchups those surfers could have.
I noticed some of the coaches talking about which waves to pick, and it's very important. I've noticed like some of the bigger ones aren't the right ones. Some of the medium ones are, but it's just that little thing of knowing which wave that's going to be a grower. I remember when Parko won it back, his first one here at Snapper Rocks, and Corey Lopez actually let him go the wave he won on. And it was just a little grow up. It didn't look like much, but Parko knew. Parko knows. And I wonder if anyone's actually enlisted Parko to be a bit of a coach with them. Oh, look at this one from deep. Someone's going. Oh, wow.
Oh, that looks like Jack Robbo, potentially. I think that is. Yeah, that is.
Oh, how's the tail drift on that one, Chris?
Jack Robinson up and riding. Done that plenty of times. Side slips into a tube behind the rock. But this is when you know the bank's really good. Look at this thing on the inside. It's going to double up and go again. And this is when you know Snapper's really doing its thing. When that little Marley section and through to Rainbow has that double up section and doesn't push wide out to sea. We did see for quite a while, Tapper, that the bank, it was quite, you know, funky through that inside section. It wasn't groomed, and the waves were kind of tapering off and getting a lot smaller through that little Marley section. But now we see them start to grow, and that's when you know the bank's being groomed perfectly. And, well, Rabbit and the Sand Gods have just had that pump firing on all cylinders in the lead up to this event, and it's well and truly done its job.
Well, the Barguan knows, mate. The Barguan does know. And here we go. It looks like Surfer up and riding, of course, Leo Fioravanti is the Italian stallion. Of course, number 46. You know who else is number 46? The Doctor. The Doctor in the Moto GPs. Yes, the other Italian that's a multiple world champion. Yeah, Valentino Rossi, that's the other number 46. On his Ducati. Rightio, well, plenty going on here. You can see the full crowds out there, and there's mate, they're creeping out further behind that rock. That last wave of Jack Robbo's was pretty spectacular out there. And, of course, this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. 7:30 call tomorrow morning, Chris. We could be on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah. If I was a betting man, I would be saying that there's a good chance we will be running tomorrow with the forecast that's on offer.
I thought you were a betting man.
I am.
Have you got bets on?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, here we go. That's Felipe.
I'm working out my fantasy team at the moment. That's what's on my radar today. The bracket challenge and the fantasy team.
Any you've got, Chris?
Nah. It's very tricky. I mean, we spoke about it before. Round one. You've got some splitting hair matchups, like Callum Robson, Oscar Berry in the first heat.
Oh, how's that? Training partners and everything.
I know. HPC training partners and, well, spent a lot of time up here and around northern New South Wales together. And Mateus Hurdy, Reef Hazelwood, heat number 2. That's the wild card, the Goofy versus the Natural. And we'll see Mateus to sell him out there on a JS quad fin setup, kind of similar to the Swallowtail as well, similar to the type of board we saw Felipe riding a number of years back. That one he rode on the World Tour World Champion event in Trestles.
Well, Reef Hazelwood, he's on a bit of a roll. The last 2 contests I've seen him in, he's won. He won the Parbendal, the Parbendal Memorial. The event's been running 52 years. That was run by his local board riders club, Wind and Sea. A very prestigious event. Jerry Lopez went in it back in 74 in the first one. All Hawaiians win it. But and then he's won the trials, so could it be 3 in a row for Reef? He's got the ability.
Yeah, and then, Luke Thompson up against Winter Vincent. They 2 quite similar styles, you'd have to say. Taller athletes with plenty of reach and some great styles. Very powerful, those 2 surfers. So that's going to be another crazy matchup. Obviously, Luke with some CT experience. And Winter getting the wild card.
And there's Luana. Whoa, ripping it off the top. The runner-up at Margaret River. And like Lakey Peterson said, she's due for a win. She's due for a win, and she'll get it one day, she reckons, as we see. As well as Italo. And, it's all going on. So much action down here at Snapper Rocks for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
What about this one? We got Morgan Siblick, Ramsey. So Morgs we saw, I reckon, catching probably the wave of the day so far. Looks incredible out there. And does a lot of work up here on the Gold Coast. Got Hog in the corner.
Oh, the Hog. You know, the Hog, it's classic. He's coaching and he's still psyched. Psyched as always, mate. Such a passionate man.
If the sun comes up, the Hog is psyched. He, what's going on? And here he is, Mr. Chris Binns. Welcome to the... Yeah, you are, mate.
Rightio, we're live on YouTube here. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And here we go. Rio Wada, of course, our Indonesian competitor. Rio loves it here. He did really well last year. And flying across the face, Rio. Oh, out you go. And, oh, how was that a lightning reaction? And look out. Look out, Seth Monis. Loving that one. Rightio, well, I hope you're watching it live. If you're those watching live on YouTube, you can come down here to Snapper Rocks and watch it. You can't surf out here. It's the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. All the surfers there in preparation. The coaches are on down the beach giving them advice. They're doing laps around, working out their boards, working out the wave, working out what wave to catch. That's the very tricky thing here at Snapper. One wave can be a bomb and one wave can be a dud, but it's just trying to find that right little section. And there we go, a bit of backhand action. And here we go, ripping into this one. That is, of course, is that number 18? That's Alejo Moniz. Of course, he's doing his final lap of Snapper Rocks in the competitor's jersey, retiring this year. Alejo, great man. He's and there we go, riding in the red there, Isabella Nichols. Now, Bella, of course, lives around here now, originally from Coolum on the Sunshine Coast. Great surfer. Bella, of course, loves it here at Snapper. And coming from deep around there, Felipe Toledo. Looking, mate, he's looking spicy. You might be selecting Felipe in your fantasy team. Yeah, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here.
He's matched up against Cole, so that's a wild matchup. You've got the contrasting styles, that powerful goofy footer versus the sparky, progressive approach of Philippe. And that's the thing, you've got to kind of find these matchups and break them down bit by bit. Obviously, the conditions will probably be very similar tomorrow, so the hard ones is when you look at, Yago, okay? He's going to come up against either Callum or Oscar Berry, but we don't know who it is yet. So you've got to kind of think, how does that one unfold?
Well, either of those two surfers here at Snapper Rocks are not to be taken lightly. No surfer who is in this draw is to be taken lightly. They all rip in. But do you think you can pick the winner of each heat? You can play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks lock in before the start of the Gold Coast Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GM. So you can set your bracket now at worldsurfleague.com, and here we go.
So there's Griffin up and riding. He's looking, I tell you what, I just feel like, especially this year, he's looking so sure-footed. Like, every turn is just so precise, so powerful, and he reminds me of like a Rory McIlroy. Just, he's so stable. Everything he does, there's no bobbles. Similar to Gabby as well. When you look at certain surfers that look very sure-footed and very stable through all of their turns.
I was going to say, I didn't know.
Griff is one of those surfers that is just so centered right now and looking really on point.
Does Rory McIlroy surf?
No, but he's just very stable.
He's very stable.
That's for all the golf geeks out there. I know there's plenty of them down on the beach, and I'm sure if this event wraps up early, that's the spot. Half this tour is going to be going straight to the course and, well, trying to go out of body.
Well, look, now I'd say it's probably the peak of the crowd so far we've had, Chris. At least seems like the most people out there at the moment.
Yeah, I feel there's going to be a few moments throughout this day where some people are going to luck into some moments out there in between maybe board changeovers, little fuel ups on some food, some water, some coaching breakdowns. There's going to be times where I feel like the lineup will start to clear out. If only I had a Rashi, someone's name on it, and we could sneak out there.
You'd have to find a goofy footer, Chris, with blonde hair. Oh, hair's not that blonde anymore.
Well, Italo's got his hair dyed blonde, but I'd look like a snail compared to him, so...
Borrow the Red Bull board, mate. You'll be right.
You never know. I'll get some blue spray paint and just give my board a little facelift before I head out there. And look, there's Lakey Peterson.
Lakey's looking fired up. I tell you what, who else I've seen? Carissa Moore. Chris is looking real good. Oh, but Lakey, wow. Direct and hitting that lip. And she's won here before, so after a win at Margaret, she'd be feeling pretty confident and ready to roll.
Yeah, you can see how the wins can do that. It just elevates your performance. That 10 to 15% just gives you that added confidence.
We just saw Marco Mignon jumping off the rock at Snapper on our vision there. It's tell you what, I'm one for going the side. I normally get down to Greenmount. Jumping off that front of that rock, that's for the experts, I tell you. It's definitely a hard little jump. Once you know it, you're right. And it does put you right into the lineup. Of course, this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Oh, well, a bit of flair there on the inside.
And here we go, Italo flying across that one, ripping it in. He kicks it out. And out behind him there. No, that's not Barron. Whoa, going to the end, nearly planting that down. Oh, Jack Rovo right down the line there. There's plenty going on here. It's non-stop action here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. 7:30 call for a possible 8 a.m. start tomorrow, so we could be straight on and straight in and trying to smash through the days because we've got really good conditions predicted. So I'd say we're going to have a good chance of having some really good surf and some great surfing going down as we see a nice late drop behind the rock there, but caught behind. Probably readjust and go back into it. So you can play now. Look at your fantasy surfing team and bracket before the Heat 1 starts tomorrow. And you'll be able to watch live, tune in to Dawn Patrol first thing. And there we have, that is one of our surfers there, Indigo Green. Crosby Colapinto, the other Colapinto out there, the two brothers on tour. Tradition of brothers, there was the Hobgood brothers back in the day. Goofy footers and twins. Remember being in the commentary booth and the head judge going, they had to swap boards at the end of a heat. And the head judge was going, watch them, in case one decided to surf two heats.
Yeah, there's been plenty of brother combinations. We've got Sammy and Miggy Pupo currently as well.
Yeah.
Mikey and Owen Wrights, the Hobgoods, the Lopezes.
Yeah, the Wrights had a bit of a mortgage on the tour. There were so many of them on tour.
The Irons.
Yeah.
Brothers. It's been plenty of very talented brother combinations. You'd probably have to say the Wrights, the most decorated. They had Tyler, Mikey, and Owen as a family affair.
Yeah, it was a total family affair there for a while as we see racing down the line on the backhand.
Surely that's the only full family of three that's been on the tour at the same time. Has there been another one?
I don't think so.
The women's and across the women's and men's?
I don't think there's been a family like the Wrights, as in that many representatives on tour at once. And we see there Isabella Nichols getting one as well. Action aplenty here. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day.
But when you think of, I reckon, victories on the Gold Coast, I'd have to say I think that year Owen won is probably the coolest win I've ever seen. I mean, that was 2017. After years being off tour, after that serious, brain injury he suffered over in Hawaii. And then to come back at his first ever event and win here on the Gold Coast in a final against, well, I'm pretty sure it was against Wilco.
It was against Wilco, the training partners, mates.
And the emotion on the beach that day, I remember just doing the beach comms and commentating that event, that heat, or just watching it. It was just incredible to see. It wasn't a dry eye in the house, and probably the most inspirational win you'll nearly ever see, not just in surfing, but in sport in general. So, yeah, that was one for the ages there, and it was in some really fun conditions, a bit smaller than we're expecting, and you'd think in those smaller conditions that the likes of Philippe and stuff like that would be unstoppable, but it was the goofy footers that rose above in that event. And, yep, shout out to Owen Wright.
And ever-changing conditions out here, Chris. We've seen it's as this tide getting lower, the takeoff spot has changed. Earlier when the tide was higher, everyone was sitting out further down the line. Now they're all heading up towards the rock to get the best of the waves. Of course, they've got all day out here today. Snapper Rocks is closed to the public, and it is the training day as ripping and whipping there. That's Marco Mignon. So set your fantasy surfer team now. Teams locked before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Set your lineup now. WorldSurferLeague.com. And, it continues. Hope you're enjoying watching out there in YouTube land. I'm Terry Tapatis. Hope you're enjoying all the action today. here from the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. So much coming up, so many heats. As we see there, Isabella Nichols. Isabella got a nice little one. That shuts down, and it's really choosing which wave that's going to provide the most potential for you. And Morgan Siblick. Morg's getting one there. I had a bit of a chat to Morgs. He was pretty psyched. He was enjoying things out there. And it is action all day. Of course, rumours have it that we could really be straight into this and surfing right through because the conditions look really favourable. It looks like the wind forecast has changed yet again, and it's looking as a favourable way for the winds to change. Looks like we might be looking at a bit more southerlies coming. And with that, and an easterly swell that's looking like it will increase. So plenty of good potential wave days. And hopefully we can run right through. It's looking at the moment now, southerlies all the way through till Monday. Then the northerlies on Tuesday. So things may change up. And here we go. On the backhand there, whoa, a lot of Krakatawas there. Conor O'Leary, Krakatawa Central. Gotta love a good Krakatawa on the backhand. Of course, Krakatawa, the largest explosion, natural explosion known to mankind. And the surfers out here really enjoying it at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The surfers all getting prepared, testing their boards, checking out the waves, the conditions, trying it at different tides, different times, so they can get the best result possible. Because, yeah, there ain't no second prize, as the Jimmy Barnes song goes. If you get second, you're out of the event. There's no losers round or re-qualifying round. None of that goes on. It's your first or you're through. If you're not, you're not. And what else is going on? Well, the men's heat draw. Those first heats. First heat in the water is going to be Callum Robson taking on Oscar Berry, the HBC training partners. Then Matthias Hurdy and Reef Hazelwood will be heat 2. Reef, of course, the wild card. Luke Thompson and Winter Vincent, another wild card, Winter. And then Morgan Siblick and Ramsey Booker, and both of them out there at the moment, ripping in. That it will be the first heats in round 1. For the women's, the first heat in the water could be Francesca Vaselko taking on Yolanda Hopkins. Could be. Then the other first round matchup, Sally Fitzgibbon, Bella Kenworthy, Vaheen Fierro and Brisa Hennessy, Carissa Moore and Tia Sobrowski, Alyssa Spencer, Nadia Aristabe, Tyler Wright and Anat Leila, Erin Brooks and Stephanie Gilmore. Wow, that's a rematch from last year. As you see there, that's George Pitter, the winner of the last event, ripping in. George is looking in form. And here we go from out deep. Oh, right up there on the line. That's Al Cleland. And wow, behind, that is a massive wave there. At the moment on YouTube, we're following Al Cleland, but I can tell you behind, there is someone going to town out there, and that happens to be Mr. Jack Robertson. Who else could it be? Jack Robbo carving it back, and he's spending a lot of time here making the most of the conditions here on the Gold Coast. And where else would you rather be? You'd want to be out here at Snapper Rocks in the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Pro, presented by GWM. So the surfers will do a few laps. They'll go in, recharge, and then they'll make their way back out and maybe try out some different conditions. As you can see, the sets are still pouring through this swell. No sign of abatement from the swell. And there we go, the wild card. Timothy Stoyle, DJ Shimmy Disco, getting a disco on there. She's her wave choice in the wild card final was amazing, and doesn't mind a bit of tube time either, does she, Dim? So ripping it off the top. And look out, Felipe. There's always something going on when Felipe gets in the water. And on the backhand, of course, Carly Vast, and Carly, the Olympic gold medalist, bit of a gold medal finishing turn there. And the surfers make their way into the lineup, doing laps. Some doing laps, some getting a couple of waves and then coming in, looking at what waves they've caught and having a bit of a chat with their coaches, resetting, maybe trying some other equipment. And at home, you're probably watching going, I think I'll check it out and see who I pick for my fantasy team. And, of course, that's Joel Vaughan out there throwing some heat, young Joel. Part of the North Shelley Board Riders crew. Sure, there's plenty of people from North Shelley just having a sly watch. They're in the office. They've got two screens going, got the split screen going, one on YouTube, one on work. Which one gets the most attention? Oh, I won't say anything there. And there we go. It is runner-up from last event. Buana Silva looking in fine form, is heading down the line, really ripping it in that pocket. And out behind there as well, a couple of surfers getting some great waves. And there we go. Oh, in the barrel. Is that that could be none other than Italo, I think, in the barrel there. No? That was Eli Hanneman. And some more waves down the line here. So plenty of waves and some of the action moving down towards Little Marley. And there you go, Isabella Nichols on this one. It's a bit of a drain pipe, this wave, and Isabella nice and tight in the pocket. Looking for a bit of tube time as well. Plenty of options, plenty of things to do on the waves here. Of course, Kelly Slater out here at Snapper Rock. Out here at Snapper Rocks in 97. It was Patterson Razor was a runner-up. 98 was Pat O'Connell. I remember that year. The Taj Burrow in 26. 08 was Mick Fanning. And 11 was Taj Burrow again. Taj must have been like that. And then Parko again in 2013. That might have been the famous bird day at Kira. Of course, folks, online, this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We've got some big days of competition ahead of us. The forecast looking pretty good out there. So look like south to southeast winds all the way through till Monday. And the forecast looking good with a little boost of swell through there, a longer period east swell which will be great on this little bank. So much sand. The pumps have been turned on. And it's averaging around the 2 metre mark, right through up to 2.5 metres by Saturday. And Sunday and Monday up to 2.5 metres, and the period increasing into Monday afternoon. Have you locked in your fantasy surfing team? Surfing team at bracket before Heat 1 starts tomorrow. There's also, can you pick the winner of each heat? Play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks lock in before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Set your bracket now on worldsurfleague.com. So many former winners going all the way back to the Stubbies. Of course, 50 years of professional surfing. And, of course, when it comes down to here at Snapper Rocks with the women, the most winningest surfer, of course, the queen of Snapper Rocks, Stephanie Gilmore. 05, 09, 10, 12, 14 and 17 winner. Been a little while between drinks. Tyler Wright, the second most winningest surfer, equal with Carissa Moore, Lane Beachley and Lynette McKenzie. So Steph, the real standout there amongst the women for wins there. So you'd be never writing off the world champ there. And a little bit of action behind the rock here maybe. Oh, that one runs off a little wide. And up and hooking into that one. Looks like it's Baron Mamea. Oh, no, that's Rio, I think, Rio Wada. And Rio down the line. Oh, look out, something big's coming down this next section. Drives through that turn. I'm pretty sure at some stage he'll go to the air. Rio has got such fast twist reflexes. As you see Jordy Smith getting one there too, the big man. Action aplenty here at Snapper Rocks. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Well, folks, plenty of action here. Have you selected your fantasy team? We see a couple of surfers making their way out for another lap out there. Sally Fitz making her way into the lineup. Carly Vass back out there again. And Francesca Vaselko as well. And here we go, Italo. He is the Energizer Bunny Extreme. Wow, how was that? Well, you never quite know what Italo's going to do. It's just like, you just never know. Here we go. Here's another bloke you never know what's going on here. Felipe Toledo. You know it's going to be exciting, though. And out behind, a bigger wave as well. So Felipe racing down the line and getting some nice, look, even a little bit of tube time just for the hell of it. And out there, Seth Moniz behind him, 77, followed by 7. And now we've got a bit of sharing going on. Sharing's caring. And that's Crosby Colapinto on that one. Crosby getting that inside section to do a bit of work for him. So probably the most servers have been out there so far today. As Tia Sabowski. Tia looking down the line. Look at this beautiful driving style. These surfers looking to get those reps in, get the feel of their boards, make sure their equipment's just right. And there we go on the backhand. Alyssa Spencer and belted off the top. And wow, just repeating the days heading down the line. 10-point rides. A lot of 10-point rides. Women's 10-point rides here at the Gold Coast Pro. Silvana Lima back in 2015. Steph Gilmore 2017. Lakey Peterson in 2017. And in the Challenger Series, Erin Brooks and Macy Callahan both getting 10s there. Both in 24. Of course, 24 for the Challenger Series. There was some great waves behind the rock. And I remember that one of Erin Brooks, just like the sickest barrel. The whole joint went nuts for it. And we see there, that is Morgan Siblick. Morgs, he's psyched up for a good performance. Looking to see if this wave psychs up, but the wave doesn't. And there we go down the line. Matthias Hurdy. Now, Matthias has got such a well-rounded game, everything. And there we go, a bit of a club sandwich, and nearly rides out of that one. So the surfers trying their full repertoire, seeing what fits, what works. Not many getting behind the rock at this stage. And you got Isabella Nichols dropping the hammer on that turn. So this is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And there we go. That was Marco Mignon. Of course, Marco very good in the air. And, of course, Callum Robson from Evans Head. And now Luana Silva, runner-up at Margaret River. She'll be looking to go one better here at Snapper Rocks. So it's a training day. They've got the whole of Snapper Rocks to themselves. They can do multiple laps. Coaches analysing the action. Busy day for the coaches, just making sure that their athletes are in tune and doing what they require. And plenty for you there to check out with your fantasy team. Have you selected your fantasy team? "50 years of the World Tour." Of course, Peter Townend, PT, 1976. The first world champion there in PT. He's famous for always going the pink boards. And a bit of a story behind Peter Townend with that one. PT lived at Stapleton Street in Coolangatta, and he got his first longboard, and it was all messed up and dinged up, and he thought, oh, it doesn't look very good. And he saw some paint under his house. So he painted the board with the house paint. Guess what colour his house was? It was pink. And therefore, he copped such a hard time about having a pink board, he stuck with it. So PT and the pink board all started because of house paint under the house at Stapleton Street, Coolangatta. Town End family house, the 1976 world champion. 50 years of the world tour. And our surfers out there for the WSL Fantasy Live Trading Day. Of course, you've got the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings, the Surfboard Empire store on site. Wow, they spent days just loading all the stuff into it. Event jerseys, you can get the same. You can actually get the same boards that the surfers are surfing in their heats with the same sprays. So if you're down here on the Gold Coast, you probably want to go in and check it out. Maybe get a board exactly the same as your heroes. I know there's a few people down here. I know there's one little bloke, little Lenny out there, the 7-year-old. He's a big big fan there of Leo Friavanti. He's even painted the Italian flag on his board. And that little bloke's looking to see if he can catch out with Leo and get an autograph on that board. And such a magnet for all the surf celebrities, so you can always go celebrity spotting down here. And there we go, George Patar. Whoa, looking sharp. He was looking real sharp at Margaret River, of course, winning that last event. And there's Sally Fitz throwing some heat, Sally Fitz. The tour veteran. Still got it going on out there. And look out. Yago Dora. Defending world champion Yago. Kicks out of that one. Of course, the schedule. Of course, we are at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, as we see. Bit of action there from Carly Vass on the back end, the Olympic gold medalist, showing his style. Of course, he won the gold medal at Yopu, his home break. But devastating backhand, and of course, winner of the Challenger Series this year. Coming up after Snapper Rocks, they go to New Zealand, bro, to Raglan. That'll be pretty awesome. And Joel Shanka, getting loose in the juice, Joel. Now, who's going to be in your fantasy team? Who are you going to select? Well, you can do it now. Check out the training day. See who you think's doing their thing. And, of course, the call tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. The event window opens, and I'm thinking we might be go. And, wow, some nice-looking waves coming through. And, wow, big hammer drop there. Plenty of surfing going on, plenty of action to be had, and it's going all day here. And I did a few interviews with the coaches, and yeah, they've all got different opinions on what is best for their surface, and they do know best. As we see there, the big man, Jordy Smith, such a powerful surfer, the tour veteran. And we see there on the screen, Jordy getting another one and pulls out through the back there. Just trying out all sorts of ways. And Felipe Toledo, oh, here we go. He's got plenty of speed here. Oh, look out. Someone get the radar going on him. Wow, I think he'll be getting a few tickets for speeding there. And Yago Dora now up and ripping in, the current world champion, defending world champion. Looking smooth and stylish there, looking so comfortable underneath that lip line. And here we go. That's, whoa, look out. Matthias Hurdy. Matthias, stylish man, of course, his uncle, Gilmore, on tour back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And now some of our surfers making their way in. Probably going to a bit of a water break, a little bit of food, reassess the situation, have a bit of a chill for a while, and then maybe go out and attack it at a different tide. Of course, low tide around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The water temperature quite comfortable at 23.5 degrees. Yep, we're almost at winter, and the water temp's 23.5 degrees Celsius, that is. Celsius for those from our neighbours who are in a non-metric system. And, oh, someone behind the rock, tuck it in. Down the line, though. That is Eli Hanneman. Oh, Eli hammering it, man. And out the back there, the style of Aaron Brooks. Aaron loves a backhand barrel on there, straight on cue. But unfortunately not coming out of that one like when she got the perfect 10 back in 24. And when it was a Challenger Series event. Great to see us back at Snapper Rocks last year at Burleigh with the Cyclone Alfred taking all the sand away. But the sand is here, and it's here to stay by the looks. They've had the pumps on. And the pump is on, I tell you, here at the Surf today. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Of course, after Raglan, we're off to Punta Roca, El Salvador, then Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, then Chopu, Cloudbreak, Lower Trestles, Abu Dhabi, Peniche, Portugal, and then Pipeline to wrap it all up. Wow, that was pretty schmancy there. Katie Simmers. That's Francesca Veselka having a look at one there. And the waves and the swell continues to pump. And there we go, our wild card, Dimity Stall, DJ Shimmy Disco. Normally on the decks, but now she's on the deck of the surfboard, heading down towards the inside. She was quite impressed. She get the surf snapper again with no one out. And down the line there, Samuel Pupo. Of course, Samuel's had a win here when it was a Challenger Series. Sammy loves snapper rocks. And Betty Lou secure Johnson. Whoa, whipping it out of that lip. Plenty of action here. And, of course, yeah, there's the bracket challenge now with the WSL Fantasy Surfing. Your heat picks before you start the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Set your bracket now on worldsurfleague.com. Rio Wada getting one there. And here we go, racing through to the inside.
Wow. That was a very crisp speed carve from Mr. Zhao Chianca. So Zhao looking super on point out there, Tapper, and I can step back in and sub you out and give you a breather.
Yeah, mate, yeah. There's
the Bonsoy Cafe del Froth has got your name written all over it, I think.
I can see, and I've got my, from last year, my Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro Yeti cup. Mate, they're so good, the Yeti cups. Keeps it nice and warm, so I can get one now, and by the time I come back in an hour, it'll be still warm. I can have a bit more.
Oh, that was a nice wave. That looked like GP, I think, George Pitter.
Oh, GP's been looking smooth, mate.
Margaret River Pro Champion. How good does that sound, Mr. George Pitter?
Good on him, mate. And
the Manly lad.
Did you see the footage of the Stainers when he won on the beach?
Crew.
Oh, they were just going nuts. It was like a riot in a tent.
They were just going ballistic down there at North Stain. And, well, passionate crew they are, and GP brought that passion to the Margie's main break and, well, came away with his first ever victory. And up and riding now.
Well, good calling, Chris. I'm going to go have a little bit. I think I might go to the Bonsoy Cafe del Froth.
Yeah, mate, get down there. Coffees are on the flow. And well, we've got some comms notes to run through for the event. And, well, of course, it is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We are into stop number 3 of the Aussie Treble. Stop number 3 of the World Championship Tour, as well as the Aussie Treble, the final leg. And the winner takes away a GWM tank. And that's currently Gabriella Bryan and Gabby Medina leading the charge in the Aussie Treble. So they've currently got one hand on a brand new set of keys for a GWM tank. We'll have to get the one put on a boat or a plane or something, because they're currently leading the charge. And, Well, the title partner, Bonsoy, thank you. Cafe Del Froth will be just gracing everyone's lips all week long with coffees and ice cold coconut Bonsoy drinks. I think that was Griff on that wave on the inside. Just pop my head into the athlete zone, and well, it's a great setup. Perfect vantage point for all the coaches to be set up. And well, here is the long-time tour vet, Sally Fitz. Multiple world runners-up. And a very decorated career. It's good to see Sal on tour. It wouldn't be a tour without Sally Fitz. One thing I do notice, though, Sally never had a victory on the Gold Coast. She has been always thereabouts, though. I reckon that could be one she's got her eye on this year. And that looks like, well, that could be Yago. Reigning world champion. Mr. Yago Dora just sharpening up the tools on the backhand out there. And that looks like it could be that's Seth, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. Seth Manise. We're looking straight into the glare at the moment, so it is hard to pick these surfers straight off the bat. But, well, Seth looking super sharp out there in the lineup, the Hawaiian. And up and riding, there's Marco, the Frenchman, just running through some rail work on that one. And out the back, that looks like George Pitter, that iconic, very recognisable style. Plenty of reach through those turns and can really whip that rail into some, well, contorting positions. Wow, look at these lines just marching around the point and just goes down. I think that was, could have been Sammy Pupo there. I'm not sure, but on the inside, that could be Yolanda, I'm pretty sure. Look at this one. This one's going to grow on the inside section. Big drawn-out carve there for the Portuguese surfer and cracks that in section. Wow, so some committed surfing there from the Portuguese surfer. Oh, Aaron Brooks just going to work right now. There is number 16, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the Hawaiian, up and riding currently. Took the win, I'm pretty sure, at this event last year. Out there at Burleigh Heads. That is correct. So 2025, it was Betty getting the win, and oh, look at this big swooping roundhouse from Jack Robbo. Just, well, wandered down from his residency up on the hill at D-Bar, and he's just doing the laps here, looking super sharp. And behind him, that's Eli Hanneman. Eli just looking super spicy. It's just back-to-back-to-back action here. Every wave has just got someone just going to town on it. So currently 10:45 a.m. and we're going to be running through till 3:30 with the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. So, wow, there is so much surfing action to come today. And there's Alejo on his final lap here at Snapper Rocks. He's hanging up the boots after this year, and he's been a big part of the championship tour for a long time, and a big part of that Brazilian Storm. I remember even back when my sister was on tour, we was doing the rounds then, and good 15 years later, Alejo still at the top of his game, mixing it up with the world's best. And well, we can't thank the partners and sponsors enough for this event. Without you, it would not be possible. So, of course, Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, the presenting partner, the title partner, sorry. Presenting partner is GWM. The tourism partners, Experience Gold Coast and Tourism and Events Queensland. We've got our tour partners, Yeti, Red Bull, IC, True Surf, Apple Watch, Surfline. And our regional partners, Hydrolite, Boost Mobile, GWM, Stonerwood, Bioglan, Bonn University, Fatboy Bikes, Mophie, Aero, Flow State, Breitling, Coastal Real Estate, who were the title partner for the Trials event, Florence Marine, and the Surfboard Empire, and S&S Projects. So they are all of the partners and sponsors for this incredible event. And wow, that was an insane turn and combination on the inside section there. That could have been maybe Belly Kenworthy. I'm not sure. I couldn't really see the end of that wave, but that was an incredible combination of turns. We see Connor making his way up the beach. Maybe a little board change. not a lot of room in here. That's way better. And there's the silky, smooth style of Katie Simmers. She's been putting on an absolute barrel clinic out here the last few days. And, well, if these tubes do start to appear behind the rock, which we expect them to do, she's going to be a red-hot force here in this event. And there's one of those tubes we talk about out the back. He's in the tube and comes flying out. Wow. The Griff. Looking super sharp out there today. And wow, just a big variety of repertoires. And, well, Tommy Witts will like that one. There's a clip banked for the Colo Bros YouTube and Instagram page. You can go over there and check Croz and Griff and all their travels and actions. Speaking of the Colo Bros, potentially another matchup in this event. Looking over at the bracket challenge, there's a very good chance we may see Croz and Griff coming up against each other again in round number 3. And over in Margs, it was one of the most anticipated heats of the entire event, and, well, it didn't disappoint. Both of the brothers going blow for blow, and Crosby got the jump on his last wave. But Griff doesn't forget. He'll want revenge. And here is Idolo up and riding. Wow, looking so fast. Just some pinpoint surfing there. That looks like Cowley out the back. Surfer representing France. Saw Jeremy Flores down on the beach. Oh, wow. That is some incredible surfing there from Matthias Hurdy. Well, that's that puts a spark in the bracket challenge. So Matthias coming up in round number 1. He'll be featured up against none other than Reeve Hazelwood. And then going on to potentially meet Griff in the second round. So the way the event is now set up, the draw, you just get the craziest matchups in the first round. There's no easy heats. There's no walkthroughs in this draw at all. And there's Erin Brooks up and riding. Speaking of hard matchups, Stephanie Gilmore. That is your round one heat draw. Stephanie Gilmore versus Erin Brooks, round number one. It's just a, well, the one you just do not want to miss. The beach will be packed out as we see the Queen of Snapper Rocks up against, well, one of the up-and-coming superstars in the sport. Well, over 50 years, the WSL has been the stage where surfing's greatest moments unfold. And, well, now in 2026, the tour enters a new era, a new format, a new generation of surfers stepping into a lineage of 50 years of elite competition. And the aggregate system is back. Every event counts. And the champion will most likely be crowned at Pipeline. Unless someone goes on an absolute heater and just runs away with it. But with Pipe being 50% more points, I dare say that it's going to play a role, a pivotal role in deciding the world champs this year. Well, there's Alyssa Spencer up and riding. Getting busy on the back end. Surf from the USA. Managing to lock in her spot down there at Newcastle. And find her way back on the World Championship Tour. And, well, she's not letting this opportunity slip through her fingers at all, because she's well up inside the top 10 at the moment. Oh, and there's the trials winner, Shimmy Disco. Pretty sure she'll actually be on the DJ decks tonight for the opening party. And they'll have the Sinker Bar, the Sinker Happy Hour every day at the events up in the VIP bar. So that's something not to miss as well. But yeah, good to see Shimmy back with the jersey on. Former World Championship Tour competitor, long-time servant on the tour with the likes of the Sinker team, with Laura, Macy, Nikki, Steph, obviously the Queen. But taking out the trials and now finding herself with a red-hot shot to do some damage in this draw. And Dimity will be matching up against Sawyer Lindblad first heat. That looks like Luke Thompson. Yes, it is. Number 43, Luke Thompson, and just getting blown out of a tube right there. That looked like Jow. So he's been looking in red-hot form this morning, and he's got a crazy matchup against Sammy Pupo in round number 2. Heat number 15, and well, looking super confident out here at Snapper, both in the tube and on the face. He brings that progressive approach, that unpredictability to the lineup, something the judges just love. And well, he was like that over in Margs. There's nothing conventional about the way Jow approaches a wave and just brings that, like I said, unpredictability to not knowing what he's going to do next. Throwing down some crazy laybacks over there in Margs, and well, now just bringing that whippy approach, and no stranger to a club sandwich or some above the lip antics. And I hope you're all enjoying the action down here. Opening day, well, training day. This is WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and we'll be officially underway. We'll have heats in the water, potentially 7:30 call tomorrow, but you can bet your bottom dollar that there's a very, very good chance we get this show on the road because the forecast looks incredible. We've seen today a little bit of a change in the conditions. It's not perfectly groomed as it has been the last couple of days. I feel like there's that south wind has definitely puffed up quite a lot. But as we see this tide dropping, there's definitely some very groomed sections out there and some really nice walls drawing off the bank. I tell you a little spot I feel like a lot of the coaches might have on their radar is that second section, that one right here where Shimmy just took off. I think that could definitely come into play throughout this whole event. If we've got people sitting out behind the rock waiting for, you know, those tubes, there's definitely plenty of opportunity for those wide double-ups, those little sidewinders, as you like to call them. Like the one like right now, see it's about 1 foot on takeoff and then it just starts to grow down the line. I feel like a lot of the surfers are going to have that up their back pocket, potentially under priority. That could be a place where we see big scores get thrown down. So there's last year's event champion, Betty, up and riding, and behind her, Jack Robbo racing down the line, stand by for something big, huge turn through the lip. The Shaman just getting busy down the line here. I honestly don't know whether this training day is making it clearer or more confusing for me with my fantasy picks because I felt like I had a team locked in, but there are some people going absolutely ballistic out there this morning and, well, definitely turning some heads. I mean, the likes of Morgan Siblick has probably locked in the best wave I've seen all morning. Luke Thompson, he just went crazy on another wave, and Jack Robbo's looked super solid. Well, I think that's Mateus on the inside. And there's Eli up and riding. A couple of nice swoops out the back. Just, oh, this one's not going to have a bonus section on the inside. The Hawaiian surfer, he was in devastating form in the Challenger Series events throughout the whole year. I feel like this is an event where he would have marked as one he could do some real damage at. It's got that progressive approach, really good in the barrel. So if Behind the Rock does start doing its thing, he's one you want to be watching out for sure.
Well, folks, I'm back. Yeah, Terry Tapatis here, and you're live on YouTube with all the action going on here. And it is, of course, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. You got the GWM tank down there. Of course, the GWM tank plug-in hybrid has up to 115 kilometres of pure electric range, so you can skip the fuel stop on the way to the surf. And there's the world champ, Yago Dora, on the backhand, whipping down the line and kicks out of that one. Got the coffee from the Bonsoy Cafe del Froth. Got the Yeti coffee container. The Yeti cups. There's a full Yeti display down there if you want to check out all those if you're here on site. Gabby Bryan, if you're around, Gabby Bryan, they would love to have you at the press conference. Gabby Bryan, if you're around, if you could make your way to the press conference, that'd be great. Thank you. And Katie Simmers getting some tube time. Oh, nearly snuck out of that one. So now the tide's getting towards the low. We've got a low tide around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And there we go. Isabella Nichols swooping and driving on that one. Now a little bit of a kick style, looking for a bit of a tube or lining up that section a bit better. Oh, we got a little bit of drop-in action, drop-in straight into the tube. Are they still there? They need a snorkel to come out of that one. Almost, but not quite. Yes, folks, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. So much going on. And a thanks to all our sponsors, of course. Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. GWM, you can check out the GWM tank on display here. Tourism and Events Queensland and Experience Gold Coast. Of course, you got to love the GC. As we see there, carving it back, that's Sally Fitz, the evergreen veteran, and loving it here at Snapper Rocks. And really selecting a great little wave, a little bit of a wobble in it there, but Sal making the most of it. Sal loves the GWM. Of course, IC sunglasses. You can go to the, if you're down here at the beach, the IC sunglasses display. They've got some great shades there. Polarized. They're awesome. So check out the IC sunglasses. Official eyewear of the Championships Tour. Of course, Yeti. I've already got my Yeti cup here. I got Yeti everything. Got Yeti containers for my lunches and everything. So we got the big training day. Have you picked your fantasy team yet? Now, like, who are you going to pick? I've been seeing a few of the surfers getting spicy out there, looking good. You can watch the training day live here, and then you can maybe select who you're going to have in your fantasy team. You can also, if you want, you can pick the winner of each heat. Play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks, and you can lock in at the start of the day before the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM starts. And there we go, getting loose in the juice. Oh, look out. The old mate Joel Vaughan ripping in. Jolie, of course, from North Shelley, and here we go. A bit more action out there. And that's Annette Lila. So go online to the World Surf League and pick your fantasy team. Maybe you can start think about it, watch and see who's sort of performing out there today. Of course, you might check out True Surf, the official game of the World Surf League. And maybe do a bit of your own surf and see if you're there. And, of course, we're going to have the afternoon delight at some time, the Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. There's a Mophie electric bikes. Plenty of displays going on down here at the event site. And great foods as well. So it looks like a few are getting up to try to get behind the rock there. And ripping in. And on the backhand there, Yago Dora, the form of the world champion. Really direct with his turns there. So is Yago in your WSL fantasy picks. He's the defending world champion. He knows how to do it. He did it last year. Will he do it again? And, nice little bit of coverage time. And out they come, Sally Fitz. And there we go, rip it in. Charles Shank. Oh, sorry, that's not Charles. Sorry, that's Alejo Moniz. It's Alejo's last lap of the World Tour. And, wow, he's looking in form. He'd love to get an event win before he retires. He loves snapper rocks, Alejo. So the surfers will be taking breaks through various periods, but that means there'll be times where there's a lot out there and then there's not a lot out there. So everybody wants to experience a wave at different tides because they never know when their heat will be. So they want to experience it at different tides, different times. Of course, look at this for people online. This is Queensland in autumn. You might be down in Victoria, you got your jumpers on and everything. You probably get away with a pair of jeans, but generally everybody's in shorts, T-shirts on. The water temp's 23.5 degrees. Loving the energy here? You'll love Queensland in autumn. Plan your Queensland holiday at queensland.com. Of course, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro is supported by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland. So, you know, Queensland, what a great place. I can't leave the place. I don't know. It's just too good. Of course, not only is there the beaches, there's also the hinterland, adventure, nature, some of the most beautiful national parks. In fact, Burleigh Head's up the road, Australia's smallest national park, as we see. Look out, I think that's Yago Dora. He's saying, come on, Lip, come at me. And wow, look out there. He comes at the lip. And there we go. That is Oscar Berry, the big O. Little frustration here and there. Wave's not quite cooperating. But Mother Nature never completely cooperates. Low tide, the wave's getting a little bit different, a little bit trickier. So, of course, the surfers want to know what that's like and experience. We see Oscar Berry with another one there. That distinctive spray, whipping it out of the lip. The big O. So, how are you going with your fantasy picks? Of course, we are here. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day present at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Yeti. Yeti is looking to up the ante-scoring for anyone scoring a 10-point ride. Surfers who manage to accomplish this feat can look forward to winning more than 110 cooler. Yeti is looking forward to award perfect 10s with a handful of their signature goodies. Like the surfers can get even more stake this year. I've got lots of Yeti goodies. They're pretty awesome. Definitely for your camping adventures or even for your everyday adventures. The Yeti stuff is great. It's great when you take it to work for your in your esky. Solid, won't get damaged, and keeps your food cool or hot, whichever you want. So check out the Yeti goodies. And we see checking that one out. I think that could be Griff there. And now Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz comes through to this section, whipping it out of the lip. And this afternoon, as this tide comes in, we could get some really cooking conditions on the incoming. And Anat Lilo. Australia 7. Oh, just ejects there at the end. Whoa, smooth lines from Zhao Shianka. Whoa, and plenty of attack going on. And Isabella Nichols, she's gone straight to attack mode on this wave. And Bella, loving the long walls here at Snapper Rocks, would really dig a victory here. Had a runner-up in 2024. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson here coming through this inside. Betty Lou, very powerful surfer. And has a good read on that one, working down the line. Of course, some of the other sponsors. Florence Marine, what great stuff Florence Marine is. Board shorts, equipment, jackets. Check it all out. And you can check it out down there at the Surfboard Empire store. The Surfboard Empire store is open there, so go check it out. And a Breitling display down there. Go check out all the stuff from Breitling. See the pack paddling back out. Of course, Breitling joins the WSL at Snapper Rocks for the first time. This year is the official timing partner. Head down to the Breitling pop-up and meet the team and try on your favourite watch. As the official timing partner, Breitling brings uncompromising precision to every heat at Snapper Rocks, ensuring each movement is captured with absolute accuracy. So, yeah, check out their range of watches. Pretty good down there. And there we go. Baron Mamiya. Baron looking smooth off the lip there. Just really releases that tail each and every time. And wow. There's just action aplenty going on here. And some great waves running down the line. Yago Dora on that one. That is the defending world champ. Oh, look out. He's having fun, having a laugh, having a smile. It's practice day. So, yes, the WSL Fantasy live training day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And a few of our surfers drifting out towards behind the rock there. Yeah, how's your decisions going? How are your picks going? The Fantasy Surfer team. Teams lock before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Set your lineup now on worldsurfleague.com. And, oh, look out on the beach here. We can see someone paddling from this one. And it is Dimity Style, DJ Shimmy Disco, winner of the women's wildcard trials. And Shimmy just gets left behind on that one. She'll be looking at hopefully getting somewhere through to take on her mate Stephanie Gilmore somewhere throughout this event. Oh, here we go. Big paddle coming from deep. And wow, Sammy Pupo, former winner of this event. And wow, you can see he is loving these waves at Snapper Rocks. And up behind him there, Crosby Colapinto. Got the Colapinto brothers. We got the Pupo brothers here. About time we had a couple of sisters on tour as well. That will happen undoubtedly at some stage throughout the years. Of course, the World Championship Tour, celebrating 50 years. The WSL 50 Vault. The Vault will become the WSL 50 Vault. Our main source of historical archival highlights. So go check that out as we see Joel Vaughan there through the inside. And picking up on this one. And there we go, Jake Marshall. So a few of the surfers getting right out behind the rock there. Looks like we've got a little bit of action from deep. There you go, Sammy Pupo getting one down the line. Looking comfortable out there, Sammy Pupo. Oh, there's one spitting out behind the rock. No, but he tamed that one. Takes a lot of skill to get behind that section, behind the rock there, and come out. Skill and guts. And there's Seth Moniz coming around the section. Oh, drop the tail out of that one. And now Anat Lelo. So some of the surfers getting a bit of help there with, Yago Dora, the world champ, getting loose in the juice. Looking nice and fluent. Is Yago on your WSL fantasy team? Got to lock in your picks, I'd say, by tomorrow morning. Looks like we might be go tomorrow morning for the first day of the event as such. And wow, looking fast and fluent for that one. That's Eli Hanneman. Oh, just put the mocker on Eli there. And we're heading towards that low tide around 1 o'clock. We've got south to southeast winds getting up to about 45 kilometres an hour today. Swell looking, hanging in around the 2 metre mark for the first 4 days at least. With, high tides will be early in the morning, early to mid-morning. Low tides, lunch to late afternoon. So, how are your picks going for the WSL Fantasy? Of course, this is a WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, so time to have a look, see how the surfers are performing, and see if you can make your picks. Well, Surfboard Empire Shaper ratings. First place in an event gets the Shaper ratings 10,000 points. Second place, 7.8. 2 by third place is 6,085. So, looking to find which Shaper is the most winningest Shaper. And quite a great title to hold. Lost have 11, DHD have 11, Sharp Eye have 9, JS have 8 surfers, Channel Island 7, Cabby Bianca 1, Gabrielle Medina, so that's a pretty good score to have. Patterson have got 2, Borst 1, Katie Simmers, of course, Silver Surf, a nut, and then here we go. A little bit of a surf there. Jordy Smith on the Smith. Pizel's got Tyler Wright, SRS. And LSD, I got Oscar Berry, TNC, Sally Fitzgibbons. So spread over a wide array of shapers. Of course, the more surface you've got, of course, that does help your score out there. As we see Griffin Colapinto up and riding here. Griff drives through that turn. Griff loves it here at Snapper Rocks. Looking to get a bit of a wind going on. Yeah, I'm still working out on my picks, who I'm going to pick. I've seen some pretty spicy surfing out there. definitely a few surfers to pick from. Who do you think's going to perform for your WSL fantasy team? Jake Marshall on this one here, you can see on your screen. Swave size sort of easing back a bit with that tide, but there's still a few little growers here and there, and Jake Marshall kicks off the back of that one. Some of our surfers coming in to refuel, rehydrate, maybe get a few words from the coach, maybe try a different surfboard, get a different sled under your feet to see how a different board feels, different size. There's so much going here on site with all the sponsors, so definitely worth coming down and checking it all out. Also a great array of food vendors, and you've got the Surfboard Empire shop there where you can actually get surfboards exactly the same as the pros are riding. Yep, the same spray, same board. See if you can perform on it like that, hey? So go check it out on site, or you can go to Surfboard Empire online as well. And there we go. Yolanda Hopkins getting that wave out there. The number of surfers has eased off a bit with this low tide. There's a few of them are deciding to have a bit of a break and let it see what happens. And there's just plenty going on here. Non-stop action. At the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And of course the GWM display is there. The official automotive partner of the WSL. There's actually some sand surfing the GWM activation space. You could win a GWM Tank 300 plug-in hybrid for a month. Oh, get to drive in one for a month. So go check that out at the display. And the surfing keeps going on here. Oh, Sally Fitz going to the air. Didn't quite nail that one, but here we go. That's Anat Lelo looking tight in the pocket. Gets swinging and driving. Now taking that one all the way through, and now a couple of surfers in their red singlets going to town. That is Oscar Berry, big O. Drives through the young fella. Lives on the Goldie now, originally from the beautiful place Yamba and Gary. One of the picture postcards. If you could do a Derwent pencil case for a surfer, it would be a picture of Angari Point. And Sammy Pupo, former winner here back in 23. He looks like he's going to get a lift back out with a jet ski assist. And flying across this one, that is, of course, Luana Silva. Luana, runner-up at Margaret River and looking in fine form. Looking to bring that form here to Snapper Rocks. Time for a bit of a yap on the way back out. How do you reckon it's going out there? Oh, I'm getting a couple. And, of course, not only Gold Coast, experienced Gold Coast, you got the beaches, you got the hinterland, you got adventure, you got nature, but you've also got some great fine dining too. Great restaurants all across the Gold Coast and accommodation. Oh, got to love the accommodation there. Plenty of places to stay from all levels, from camping all the way up to luxuriant apartments. So there's always something to do, and it is the place to be, the Gold Coast. I can't leave here. True Surf now. You've got True Surf. You can actually do virtual reality surfing. Mind-blowing, realistic wave graphics, unlike anything you've ever seen. So check out True Surf with real-time conditions powered by Surfline. True Surf is the ultimate virtual reality experience. Download now on MetaQuest. And here we go. That is, of course, Jake Marshall. And then, oh, look out, it's Griffin Colapinto. Griff's got a grower here. Look at this little section for Griff. Standing up and heading down the line now, looking to belt the living daylights out of this one. Oh, and over the handlebars. Behind him there, whoa, Ramsey Bookheim on the backhand. He knows where 12 o'clock is. He knows where 1 o'clock is. He gets vertical and beyond vertical, Ramsey, and then slots in, not coming out of that section. And there behind him, of course, that is Crosby Colapinto, just straight after Griff. And Dimity Stoyle, of course, the women's wildcard winner. DJ Shimmy Disco, getting a bit of Shimmy Disco on that. Driving through the turns. Of course, the last time Dimity competed in this event was 11 years ago. And, oh, Nilly was going to sneak out of that one. Of course, Surfline is the official forecaster of the WSL. Check them out for all the forecasts and your latest surf wherever you are in the entire wide world. And pedal to the metal, that's Sally Fitz. And Sally, what a great human, and ripping through this one. Sal, looking a bit of form. Sal looking spicy. Oh, I put the mocker on her there, but is she in your WSL fantasy picks? You better lock them in by tomorrow morning. And taken off from deep here. Baron Mamiya comes around that section. And, oh, good work. He came around that section because a great little wave in front of him. And he might be going the run around or maybe a refresh or a bit of a chat to the coach. The always amazing Gold Coast and changing Gold Coast. So, folks, not only are there so many great breaks, like world-class breaks in a 20-kilometre radius, so many world-class breaks. And you've got the beautiful nature behind, you've got sophistication, you've got the party life, you've got everything going on the Gold Coast. So, look for your autumn holiday. Of course, autumn, the best time to go to the Gold Coast, because that's when the waves are on the pump, when they're on the cook. Of course, another one of our sponsors, Coastal Real Estate. Coastal Property Agents are the Gold Coast's highest performing real estate agency, Queensland's back-to-back REIQ Sales Agent of the Year, built right here on the Gold Coast. So if you're looking to purchase on the GC, you want to see them at Coastal Real Estate. They're the ones to see with the little, like a Celsius sticker. And the sections keep going, and down the line there, Mr. Oscar Berry ripping in. Fat Boy Bikes. Oh, they got the Fat Boy Bikes, the official e-bike of the WSL. Fat Boy is to freedom. Taking everyday surfer off the beaten track. It's about discovering the untouched breaks, new adventures, getting outdoors and creating memories. As we see there, Jake Marshall, he's creating some memories here, flying down the line. Rips it out of that lip, comes down to the next section. And keeping it rolling. It's a little bit of a rib coming across the face with this lower tide. As we see, that's Ramsey Bookheim there. And Ramsey keeping it there. He's really got that vertical turn on lock. Loves getting upside down. Okay, a note to all surfers, no more jet ski pickups. You're going to have to run around or you're going to have to paddle back out. So just a note to all surfers, no more jet ski pickups. As we see Yolanda up and riding there. Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. And here we go, one from deep, slotting straight underneath in the barrel. And hello, thanks for coming, Griffin Colapinto. That's probably the best one I've seen behind the rock so far today. Griff putting his spot there, kind of behind the rock, nearly, but it's right in the spot where you should be taken off. And another surfer up there. Well, some of our heats that will be coming up on both sides of the draw. Men's heat draw. First heat for the men in the water will be Callum Robson and Oscar Berry. Ooh, HBC training partners. There'll be no half given, no half. They'll be out there at each other. The second heat will be Matthias Hurdy taking on the wild card, Reef Hazelwood. Luke Thompson taking on Winter Vincent. And then Morgan Siblick versus Ramsey Booker. And that's the first round of the men's. First round of the women's. Either of these could get underway tomorrow morning. Francesca Vaselko taking on Yolanda Hopkins. Sully Fitzgibbons against Bella Kenworthy. Vaheen Fierro taking on Brisa Hennessy. Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowski. Alyssa Spencer versus Natalie Aristabe. Alyssa Spencer versus Nadia Aristabe. Tyler Wright, Anat Lilo, Erin Brooks and Stephanie Gilmore, that'll be one to watch. And Sawyer Lindbad taking on the wild card, Dimity Stoyle. Looks like it's starting to move off the corner, off the top there. And one dropping in from way out the back there. I think that's Oscar, the big O. Oscar said he had a bit of a party at Newcastle when he qualified. He said it started slow and then it escalated very, very, very quickly. And Sally Fitz. Oh, Sally might be one a dark horse for your WSL fantasy picks. Sal's been looking good out there. Picking the waves and getting some fine turns and even getting a little bit. Oh, here we go. I reckon something's coming on here. There you go. Gets a straight air but doesn't bring it down. So much going on. That's the first rounds. Could be on tomorrow. First round of men, first round of women. Could have both. We could be wrapping it up real quick. The condition, the forecast looks unreal. Someone's slipping behind the curtain, but not coming out of that one. And that on the backhand. She's been getting lots of waves out here today. Getting plenty of laps in, getting plenty of practice. Australia surfer looking to get a few wins and gets it vertical, and that one just doesn't ride out. Of course, have you picked your fantasy team? Now's the time to check it out. So you can play now and lock your fantasy team in. Oh, look out. Here's Ethan Ewing. He's back out there. Ethan looking smooth and sharp. Always looks sharp. Ethan Ewing. Such a great style and smooth and aggressive all at the same time. And out the back there. Wow. Isabella Nichols. I think she's changed up her craft, changed boards there. That's what they do. They try out different boards, see which one feels better in the different conditions. Of course, we've got low tide coming in about an hour's time, so it'll be bottom of tide. It's a really low low. They're high highs and low lows. I think we might be on the full moons kind of thing going on. But it'll be definitely changing. Once that tide starts coming in after 1 o'clock, we'll be really seeing some action. Of course, we're going to finish the day with the rising tides this afternoon at 5:30. So could have a few big days ahead of us with great forecasts, great waves, and we could see some pretty awesome surfing to come through. Well, your WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. All the surfers are out there practicing. The CT Training Day, it's live here on the Gold Coast, of course. What a magnificent place the Gold Coast is. You've got, I would say, 3 of the world's best breaks within about a 15-kilometre range. And then you've got another one up across a river up there that's not too bad as all. That's probably a world-class break. So I would say, and then you've got D-Bar over the hill. So you've probably got 5 world-class breaks in such a small area. And here we go. That is the surfer there. Oh, I think that might be Luana Silva. Luana's changed up her boards as well. And 12 o'clock rock. Look out. Miggy's out there, Miguel Pupo. And Miggy looking nice and fluent. And look out, Griff getting one as well. Griff got about the best one behind the rock I've seen so far today. Griff's got the behind the barrel right on the top of the point award so far today. But who's on your fantasy team? That's the thing. Who's on your fantasy team? Who are you going to pick? Watching today out here, you'd be going, ooh, I can see a couple. How does that transform? And, look out. He's back. He's fed and watered and feeling good. Chris Enever, welcome back on the mic, mate, as we see Yolanda rip it in there on the big screen.
Yeah, cheers, Tapper. It's been plenty of good action going on out the front, and we can see the coaches and athletes really just grinding out this day, using every bit of it to their advantage. You can see multiple board changes going down. Popped into the athlete zone and just saw all the coaches behind the lenses, crunching the numbers. Just debriefing with their athletes. Matty Myers in there with Sammy Pupo, and saw Snake Patterson debriefing. Got Tommy Witts in there with the Colapintos and Leandro Dora.
You getting a few messages, mate, from your mates watching this? I just got one from my son. He reckons Miggy's on. Miggy looks in form. That was the first way I ever saw Miggy on, and he was looking in form. He's cruising back. Miggy's feeling good.
Yeah, I feel like this day is actually just throwing the biggest spanner in the works for me because I feel like I had a team picked leading into this event, and now since watching this training day, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, I've seen some athletes that have really stood out that weren't technically on my radar leading into this event. And so I'm just rejigging the team, trying to figure out who I put in there. Who's the power surfer? That's a big question. I mean, you got the likes of Griff.
Bit of thinking to be done
Gabby.
tonight, mate, maybe.
We haven't seen Gabby out there today. And I'm talking not Gabriella Bryan. I'm talking about Gabe Medina. We haven't seen Gabe hit the lineup just yet, so he's maybe saving the legs. He's the one guy that I don't think I've seen out there all day so far. So maybe he's just biding his time, waiting for everyone to be surfed out, and then he's just going to come out and just show everyone how it's done.
Well, Leo Friavanti just getting on a wave there, mate. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you in charge of the helm here, mate. I'm going to go and maybe feed up, refresh.
Yeah, mate.
I'll be back later on, and good calling, mate. And, let's see how you go with your picks after another hour.
Yeah, I'll be right. I'll talk to myself for another good hour or so and keep everyone entertained down here. And looks like the Crow's making his way up. Saw him sharpening the tools down there on the golf course. Got a nice swing on him, that's for sure. There it is. Always travelling with a set of wedges. Yeah, got some crew tuning in, even down in Sydney. They're tuning in from all over the world to watch the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Jacko Wall, down from Curly, he's online. And well, it looks like up and riding. Wow, huge turn there. That looked like the goofy footer, Nadia. And, wow, some big forehand gaffes going on there. That looks like Matthias Hurdy. Oh, Seth Moniz, sorry. That's Seth. He's looking so deadly today. He's been one of the standouts of the whole event so far, this training day session. And that board under Seth's feet is looking incredible. So, well, there's another smoky for your fantasy teams. And here is the local lad, Oscar Berry. I know he's got plenty of support leading this event in the tube. And, well, just did the hazard dive there. Saw a lobster. There's Keegan making her way up the beach. Got a little warm-up session there. But I really love the WSL's initiative here, and it makes sense, you know. Every other event in the world, sporting event you go to, the professional athletes get plenty of time, or at least a specific amount of time to warm up, you know, whether it be on a half pipe, a skate park, even footy fields. No BMX tracks, they always get some practice runs. Golf courses, they have practice rounds, and, well, it's hasn't been a thing in the past because all the athletes typically have to battle with all of the free surfers. But now the WSL bringing in the official training days. I love that initiative. Gives the surfers plenty of time just to dial in their equipment and, you know, familiarise themselves with the wave as well, because, I mean, half the battle out of snapper is just getting a wave, and then dodging people as well can be the other half of the problem. And this just gives time to really dial in everything they're working on, and, well, essentially elevates the performance too. So it's better for all of us surf fans around the world, because we get to watch these athletes, for one, surf this break with no one out and just cut loose and be free. And then in the event, they can transition that into a heat. And, well, there's the silky smooth style, Katie Simmers. No stranger to finding the tube, that's for sure. Well, there's the Mexican. And that is Al Cleland just decimating those two end sections there. He is well and truly a smoky dark horse coming into these events. Super powerful, very sure-footed, doesn't fall off much. And I tell you, he's one that could well and truly, you know, do some damage in this draw. And with a first round matchup against none other than the Shaman, Jack Robbo. So Jack Robbo and Al Cleland, they'll be matched up in heat 11 of round 2. And out the back, just in the tube, that is Jake Marshall, silky smooth style. And looks like he's going again, but the foam monster's just going to gobble him up there. And look at this sneaky one behind. That's just doubling up off the bank. Oh, well, there he is. Winner of the Bells event, Miggy Pupo. He got to ring that iconic bell down there at Winky, and, well, he was looking so dialed in. And if you think about transitioning, you know, similar type of wave here to Winky, I mean, it's, except for the fact you're wearing board shorts and it's crystal clear water, very similar wave, you'd have to say, and he's definitely one to watch out for. He's been working really hard with JS. You know, him and Sammy both have some incredible boards under their feet. Now, looks like Jolie Vaughan. So if you wind the clock back to 1977, that was the first year of the Stubbies event, the Stubbies Classic at Burleigh Heads, when pro surfing was introduced to the Gold Coast. And wow, Leo just, he has been in devastating form this morning. And I honestly might have to find some space on my team for the Italian Leo, because he's been one of the standouts of the day. But yeah, 1977 was when MP took out the first Stubbies event at Burleigh Heads. And, well, some of the names that we see dating back that took that event out: Rabbit, Mark Richards, Shane Horan, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, Damien Hardman. And then in 1988, we moved this event so it's been a long-running event up here on the Gold Coast. The likes of Barton Lynch, Kelly Slater in 1997. So that event was held at Burleigh. Sonny Garcia got the win at Burleigh. Then Taj, he won the December. So this event has been mobile for many years, and so many, as Tapper said, so many world-class venues within a stone's throw of one another. So you think D-Bar right here, Snapper, Kira. Even the Alley can throw its hat in the ring as a world-class venue. But then, of course, Burleigh Heads, where the banks have been incredible lately. And, well, then you want to go up to Spot X across the waterway on the other side of Surfers, where we will not name the spot. But, yeah, it really is fantasy land, dreamland for surfers to come to here on the Gold Coast. And, well, there he is. He's making an appearance. Number 1 on his back and donning the yellow jersey. Gabriel Medina makes his way out for his first session here in the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And, well, he's going to be joining fellow countryman out there, Jiao Chianka, who's just whipping through some vicious carves now. I like it. I like the tactics, though. Gabby's just bided his time, sat back, probably enjoyed a few frothy Bonsoy coffees as he watched all his fellow competitors just battle it out for waves all morning, and just going to make his way out right on the stroke of lunchtime. While everyone's refueling, Gabby's about to go do some damage. And, well, if you jump onto the bracket challenge, you'll see that Heat 13, that's where Gabriel Medina will feature up against the winner of Morgan Simblick and Ramsey. And speaking of Ramsey, he's up and riding right now, just going well beyond the stroke of lunchtime, just super vertical. Really winds up the backhand, similar to that of one coach on the beach that we floating around, old Matty Bemrose. He knows how to get one beyond vertical on the backhand, and spent plenty of time with the coach's hat on. Matty Bemrose, he's down there, picking the eyes out of the lineup. Well, look at this little sidewinder hitting the inside section. This is where, throughout the whole event, I feel like, you know, of course, look at this one for Gabriel Medina. First ride in the expression session, or the training day session. Wow. Leo has just pinched one off him. And, well, getting plenty of work done down the line. Some incredible surfing. Still in the tube, ladies and gentlemen. There's Leo Fioravanti. Just, well, he has owned this expression session. Or training day, should we say. But definitely a session to express yourself out there. And that's what Leo's done all morning. He has been so on point. And I think it's time. I'm actually going to jump into my fantasy and see who do we pick. Cartier A. Gabriel Medina, George Pitter, Griffin, Italo, Kanoa, Miguel, Sammy or Yago. So there your tier A picks. You can pick 2 of those. Dropping into tier B, there's a long list of surfers in this one. This is actually near impossible to pick right now. Got Alejo, Barron, Cole, Connor O'Leary, Crosby, Eli, Ethan, Philippe, Jack, Jake, Jow, Joel, Jordy, Cowley, Leo, Liam, Marco, Morgan, Rio, and Seth. They're your tier B picks. How do you do that? Yeah, I think Leo's got to have a spot in that tier B bracket in my fantasy team. Ethan's also looked very deadly out there this morning, super sharp and on point. I feel like he has a point to prove in this event. And then tier C, this is where we round out the fantasy team. Oh, in the tube out the back, just getting, well, section shutting down there. That looks like Miguel. Nice first turn. And behind him, there is Jow. So tier C, you got Al Cleland, Callum Robson, Luke Thompson, Mateus, Oscar, Ramsey, Reef, and Winter. So that is your full breakdown of all the men in this event, the tiers they fall into in the WSL Fantasy Surfing lineup. So we've still got, well, 3 hours or thereabouts left in this training day session for all of the World Tour athletes. And Joel Vaughan on the inside, that was just very nice surfing. I feel there's only a few things that are certain in life. Then, like the sun coming up, paying taxes, and Miguel Pupo getting a bomb every session is an ultimate dialer bomb, Miguel Pupo. Every time I've seen him in the lineup, just on the best waves. But it was epic to see Miggy get another win down there at Bells Beach. And, well, back that up with his win over there in Tahiti and 2-time winner on the WSL World Championship Tour. There's been plenty of amazing surfers throughout the years that have never been able to get that win under their belt. But, well, Miguel, he's got 2 now, and well, I feel like it's just going to potentially open the floodgates for plenty more. And EE up and riding. The man from North Stradbroke. The silky smooth approach. When you think back to like all-time performances in specific days of competitive surfing, you'd have to say that that WSL Finals day in Trestles with the battles between Ethan and Philippe have to go down as some of the best performance surfing and rail surfing you'll ever see in a jersey.
picking your team, mate.
Yep, I'm on the WSL app right now, just scrolling through. I'm onto the women's team now. Tier A. Well, some real surprise picks here in the Tier A bracket for the women's draw. Alyssa Spencer, Katie Simmers, Gabby Bryan, Isabella Nichols, Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva, Molly, and Sawyer. So that's tricky. Only 2 picks in that bracket. Katie's been in red hot form out there, and she's just shown us she's the full tube shaman out here at Snapper Rocks. And here's current ratings leader, Gabrielle Medina, just looking super sure-footed. It's the one thing I've noticed about this year since Gabby has returned to tour. It's how solid he looks on his feet, especially in Margaret River. It's probably the bumpiest wave you could ever surf in a competition, especially when it's onshore. And he made it look like he was surfing a glassy 3-foot wave here at Snapper. Just so smooth and absorbed those bumps so well. It just shows how much strength and control he's got, especially in his lower limbs. And the way he was not pumping one bit off the bottom and really drawing out his turns with so much speed. And every turn he was just accelerating out of. It was wild to watch. But and now into Snapper Rocks, where he can, well, take the shackles off and get a bit more progressive. So here's the other yellow jersey. Gabby Bryan just going down there. And look at this one in the tube. And out the back, Cole. So a little goofy foot. Gabby on the inside. We saw Cole just go down. Gabrielle Medina just whipping that board vertical. Yeah, so Tapper, as we look into Tier B in the women's fantasy, Betty Lucicora Johnson. So Betty, last year's winner at Burleigh. So obviously no stranger to performing on a right point break. We've got Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, 2023 world champion. So Carissa, 3-time world champion. Then Erin Brooks, Kika Fazelka, Nadia, Sally, and Vahine will be in Tier B. And then Tier C, Annette, Bella Kenworthy, Brisa, Dimity, Steph Gilmore, Tyler, and Yolanda. So that's your Tier C picks. The GOAT, Steph, is Tier C, but I don't think she's minding it. I think she knows that this is her event, the most glorified surfer, most winning surfer here at Snapper Rocks, the Queen of Snapper. And the GOAT of women's surfing. You got to have Steph in the team. Maybe the wildcard upset. Dimity Stoyle back with vengeance. She's playing the opening party tonight. She's on the decks, and then we'll just be rolling down. Probably bringing her e-bike down and just cruising on into the event site and just no pressure. Could be a well and true good dark horse pick. Because my brain's saying Tia Zabrowski is obviously, if you were thinking, she's just been incredible last year on the Challenger Series, but she comes up against Carissa Moore in the first heat. So that's where you got to check out the bracket challenge, and you can break down who these surfers have in the first round, second round, where they might meet in the heat draw with surfers that you've seen as standouts. And yeah, that's how hard this tour is. You know, you come on being an up-and-coming superstar and just one of the standouts on the challenges. And then you match up against Carissa Moore, 3-time world champion, in the first round. But that's why it is the World Championship Tour. The best surfers in the world doing battle here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. All right, flying down the line, big lofty air, and just comes unstuck there. You got Eli getting to work on the inside, ditches that tail. It's a turn that's really, you know, become popular amongst these professional surfers, especially on these right point breaks. The way that they can kick the tail and drift along the roof of the wave, almost like a board slide. It's a move that some of these World Tour surfers have down pat. You think of Griff, Kanoa, Crosby. They really have that great ability to kick the tail. And there's, speaking of Griff, out the back, just getting slotted. He has a pretty special connection with this wave. Think back to some incredible performances. That year he came on tour, and I'm pretty sure he surfed the finals down there at Kira. Locked in some crazy scores. Pretty sure he got a 10 that day. That's one thing I do notice when you look at the previous winners of the Gold Coast event. And, well, Griffin Colapinto's name isn't on that list, so that'd be a monkey he'd want to be getting off the back for sure, because when you think of a wave like Snapper Rocks, it really does suit the surfing of the likes of Griff. And here's someone that loves a right point break. The Moroccan Ramsey just decimating that wave. Plenty of right point breaks over in Morocco, and he's one that could get on a serious roll here. All right, and then once you've gone through and picked your power surfers, or your whole team, sorry, you can jump in and pick your power surfers, where that's probably the hardest bit of the lot. Figuring out who it is. Who's that one person that you think's going to get a great run through the event? Also, who looks unstoppable And if today has anything to go by, there's been a few standouts. Griffin, definitely. He could be up there. Leo Fioravanti. He is well and truly in the running for a power surfer spot. Looks like this wind is just starting to pick up a bit. And we may have some rain coming around the point. But that's the magical part about this lineup here. As the waves make their way into the bay, it just gets cleaner and cleaner. And here's Katie Simmers, big forehand carving turn. Oh, wow, Jow. Oh, my word. That was incredible surfing. And Katie just dropping the hammer on the inside. But there was some pretty special surfing going on out the back behind Katie. They just went blow for blow on those two waves. And, well, and then out the back as well. Current ratings leader, Gabrielle Medina, floating that one. Oh, that was insane. So we can see the surfers, they must have filled up and come out fired up, because it looks like these waves are starting to turn on again, because it's just been wave after wave out there. Oh, wow. Oh, big slashing turn there. And that is Bella Kenworthy, searing carve, looking very solid. The surfer from the USA, San Clemente. So no stranger to a really good right point break. Grown up, just dialing and perfecting the technique at lowers. Got a few sets making their way around the point. Look at this next wave. You can see it just looming wide. The surface is scratching, and that looks like, well, someone in red under the lip there. Could have been Jack Robbo. Big forehand carve there from Jake Marshall. Just such a silky style. There's so much power. If he does tip into a few nice rides, you can expect him to Well put together, some incredible rail surfing. He rarely falls as well. That's the one thing you know you're going to get out of Jake, is he's always going to be dropping a couple of decent numbers. Very consistent. It looks like Gabby Medina making his way in. Maybe for a little board swap or quick run around. But you can see how much sand has just been deposited here over the past couple of weeks. They've been really pumping the sand hard, and you can see how this bank is just grooming and just shifting as it works down. And they really are sport rotten here. Just flick on the pump, and a couple of days later, you've got an incredible sandbank that just produces some of the world's best right-hand point break waves. And it looks like Winter Vincent out on the rocks, about to jump off. And up and riding, it's Vahine. Oh, wow. Who was that behind the rock? Tapper. Just getting spat out. That looks like Jow. He has been all over this training day session. He's been one of the standouts as well, I'd have to say.
Bloke loves a late drop. Loves a heavy.
Yeah, he's so good at getting tubes. And then, well, like I said, just very sparky and unpredictable when it comes to his rail surfing, and also has the above the lip approach as well. And he's coming up against fellow countryman Sammy Pupo. They're probably the two, apart from, would say, Philippe, they're probably the two fastest surfers in the draw. And they're matched up in heat number 13. That's a tough pick on your bracket challenge.
Oh, look out. Look who's making his way back out there, Gabriel Medina. He's back out for more. Oh, someone's in the tube there. Are they coming out? Ooh.
One thing I noticed, Tap, is you don't see Gabby on a white board all that often. He's got a just a pure white sled. I don't think I've ever seen Gabriel Medina with a board with no spray in it. So maybe mixing up a few different boards here. He's got the... I didn't see what one that was. I'd love to get a little glimpse onto what surfboard Gabby Medina was making his way out with.
We definitely don't see Italo on a white surfboard. He's got the Formula One paint job, as we see. Anat, I think that's Anat, yeah.
Sawyer.
Oh, that's Sawyer Lindblad, yeah.
Sawyer Lindblad, so the surf from the USA. Got a really spicy backhand approach, and she's got lots of extension out of the lip. That's one thing you'll notice with Sawyer. She has that ability to really time her turns well, but she extends so well and just throws bucket loads of spray.
I don't know if you've noticed, Chris, but I seem every 10 minutes or so I come back, it's like the lineup's changed a bit, and that's something probably all the surfers will be watching. It's constantly changing and evolving as the afternoon goes on. And now we've got the tide coming back in later on. Well, it'll start coming back in pretty soon. And there we go in red, getting... Oh, Lakey Peterson, winner of the last event. And as I said before, she has been a past winner here. Lakey in the lucky number 7, flying down the line and looking fast, looking fluent, looking comfortable out there, Lakey Peterson. Oh, and here's someone dropping in from deep. And beautiful looking wave, snapping it off the top there, Bella Kenworthy. And look at that, Bella, oh, driving through that turn, Bella. And still heading down the line. Wow, she's got a real winner of a wave here. You'd like one of those in your heat. Well, I'd like one anytime, one of those waves. And wow, Bella Kenworthy getting busy with it, getting jiggy with it. No. Oh, and look out, a bit of backhand tube time. Wow, Vaheen Fierro. Wow, it's looking pretty good out there, Chris. It's like it's changed yet again.
Yeah, Vahine, she's no stranger to the tube. And one thing I did notice, when we went to the Abu Dhabi wave, she was so good in those tight backhand barrel rides in the pool where you just have to be super dialed in with your technique. And, well, it's one thing that the women have excelled in a lot in the past couple of years is how good they surf the tube and the surfing above the lip. Two progressive areas in the women's side of the sport that's really just gone level above every single year. Probably the biggest progression in surfing we've seen since you think back to the men's surfing tapper when, you know, the likes of Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Kelly. Well, Kelly's a freak. He does it all. But, you know, your Dean Morrisons, those years were typically a lot of rail surfing, you know, big, clean rail surfing.
And it's still current. I reckon rail surfing's still current.
Of course,
100%.
but then we saw that progression element that came onto the tour with the men's, with the likes of Gabby Medina and Italo and, well, even Alejo, Jordy, and Julian Owen. They brought this crazy air game to the tour, and it was a big step in progression where we saw a change in the way the surfing was done on waves. And I feel like the women's tour is going through that right now. We see a huge step up in progression in barrels and airs above the lip.
And then you see young kids like in the Jurikai there, Lahani Zorik. Her ambition is to do a backflip before the end of the year, before she turns 14. Wants to do a backflip.
I don't doubt it. She's incredible. She's got one of the wildest talents, and every time I see her, I feel like she grows another 6 inches. She's just... Yeah. When I met her when she was 11 or 10, she was a whippersnapper, and now she's a little taller than me, and she's got so much power, and well, the skill set she has is incredible. So I don't doubt she's been doing backflips, and well, we see the likes of Sierra Kerr now.
Leo Friavanti up on a wave there. Leo is looking smooth, and whoa, look at that. Oh, the nose pick. Wow, how smooth was that, Chris? Smooth as silk. And, Gabby.
Medina, hold the phone. But look how sharp he is. Just the minor adjustments he makes between each turns. Just so sure-footed.
Did someone screw his feet on there after he stood up? It's like they got a couple of tech screws and screwed him to the deck. And Katie Simmers, stylish young woman, this one. Katie drives it through to the inside.
And here's Cole. Former CT winner down there at Bells Beach. He also got the win at North Narrabeen, I remember, so he can go right and left. He is the talent, Cole.
Goofy footers are always looking for that left, Chris. You'd know about that, being a goofy footer yourself.
Yeah, there's not many of them up here, that's for sure. Drives me crazy.
My son said, I've had way better backhand barrels than you, Dad. And I said, look where you live, mate. You're a goosey footer. Of course you have. If you haven't, I'd be worried.
The only time I'm going left on the Gold Coast is when I hit a golf ball into the trees left, and that's pretty often. But, yeah, not many lefts to find up here. You might find the odd one at Currumbin Lacey's or Lovers at D-Bar. You could find the odd one, but, yeah, they're pretty rare. Few
sly rip bowls here and there when it gets to winter, but they're sly. But, mate, how was the action out here? It hasn't stopped. It's been non-stop action. The surface really fine-tuning their equipment, their styles and everything. It's an amazing little afternoon here. And, of course, we've got the rising tides later today. Oh, look out. I believe there's a bit of action going on Sunday, the Gold Coast Suns game. You want to get down there. I think we've got a couple of the Gold Coast Suns here spying on us in the background here. Go the Suns, go the Suns. Yeah, the mighty Gold Coast Suns.
I think they're up against GWS, so that's going to be a cracker game. But
oh, mate, Gold Coast Suns all the way. They've got it won. Oh, you guys don't think that, though. Not you blokes out there don't think that. You're going to take them down.
Yeah, but that's going to be incredible. But good to see them all down here supporting the WSL and checking out the live action. And they're going to be putting on some action on Sunday. So,
yeah,
it's going to be a great weekend of just sporting, extravaganza. It's crazy.
Here on the Gold Coast, where else would you be in autumn? But the Gold Coast, of course, thanks to Gold Coast Tourism and Events. The only place to be. I've been here all my life. I can't leave. I went down to Sydney for 4 months. That's how much I like Sydney. I lasted 4 months. Oh, they're big Oscar Berries fans, the Suns. They're going to go catch up with Oscar.
That's the one thing you notice. Since I moved up to the Gold Coast, nearly over 3 years ago, but the one thing I've noticed is they all back each other. All the Gold Coast crew that are born and bred just get behind each other, whether it's the Gold Coast Suns, Gold Coast Titans, whether it's the Gold Coast Surfers. They just love backing one another in. And, well, it's great to see the Suns, the incredible talent of the Gold Coast Suns down here, supporting their favourite man, Oscar Berry. So that's who they're calling it is. That's who's in their fantasy team. The Gold Coast Suns have got Oscar Berry as their power surfer. Yeah, it might be time to, we'll bust out the umbrella tapper and the rain jackets because this is just vintage Gold Coast weather,
Beautiful one day.
4 seasons in one day. You need to pack an umbrella, board shorts, a jacket, and a pair of sunnies no matter where you go on the Gold Coast. Because you got to guarantee to get 4 seasons in one day. But regardless what you bring down, you always got to have a set of thongs on because they fit in everywhere.
Well, the action's going on left, right and centre here. Great to see the Gold Coast Suns coming in residence. The Suns have turned up, but so has the rain. That's a bit of a funny one. And here we go on the backhand, throwing some heat there. Rightio. Well, plenty of action. It is not stopping here. It is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And plenty of action. It is not stopping here. Got the Gold Coast Suns in the residence in the commentary booth. That's pretty cool. They've done a bit of a jersey swap with Oscar Berry and one of the lads. Rightio, action aplenty. The heat draw is up, so everybody knows when everyone's surfing, and they know who they're surfing against. Now it's trying to test the craft, warm up, and get everything on. So some of our heats coming up. The first heats, well, on the men's side, Callum Robson versus Oscar Berry. As the second heat with Matthias Hurdy and Reef Hazelwood. Luke Thompson and Winter Vincent and Morgan Siblick and Ramsey Bookheim as the rain buckets down here at Snapper Rocks. WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Well, this could be the case. We're right on the low tide. We've got, I think, the low tide's in about 10 minutes, and you can see the tide is so low. There is so much sand there. We've got the wind, we've got the rain, we've got the swell, we've got the surf. Einstein's theory of surfing, bad weather, therefore good surf. As we see some of the surfers flying down the line there, reefing into those turns. There's some awesome surfing going on. Action aplenty here. And it looks like that's Ethan Ewing. Oh, getting jiggy with it there, sliding out the tail. There's plenty of action going on. And look at those turns driving through. Felipe is fired up. He's almost as fired up as Italo. Oh, I don't think that's possible. Can anybody be as fired up as Italo? Yeah, I think he can. And look out, everybody's having a good time here. Great to get to see the pros practicing there and ripping in here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. How are your fantasy picks going? It sounds like my co-commentator, Chris, he's already starting to get his picks on. Looks like Ethan's done his lap. He might be back out. And some of the surfers coming back. Luana Silva making her way back. Ethan going to do a bit of a pit stop and check out with their coaches. Maybe a bit of rehydration, bit of fuel. Rightio, well, all the action's happening here at Snapper Rocks, and talk about a bloke who's always fired up. Italo Fiera racing down the line. Whoa, Krakatoa on the backhand, throwing buckets out the back. Someone call the Coolangatta Airport and change the flight path. We've got spray going into the stratosphere. It's slow-mo, it's fast-mo, it's all-mo going on. And it's a pretty awesome day here at Snapper Rocks for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We've got a 7:30 call for a possible 8 o'clock start tomorrow. It could be on like Donkey Kong. I hope you've got your fantasy team picked. I've been talking to my co-commentator, Chris Hanover. He's starting to select now. I might have a bit of a think about it overnight before I select my team, see how I go. There's still a few more hours of the session to go here, so we'll see how we go. And, of course, we've got the rising tides this afternoon as well. And there we go, one of our surfers coming out. Whoa, big turn. Oh, Larry Layback holds onto it. No, not quite. And there we go, on the backhand, flying across the face here. And that's Miggy looking like he's in a bit of form there until I said he was in form. And here we go. Looking fast and fluent. Wow, everybody's starting to find their gap here on the low tide. You can see how low that tide is. Really training out. Still got a few more hours to go of practice, and the surfers are really getting amongst it. Wow, well, even though that rain and wind has made it a little bit ruffled, the surfing level is continuing being pushed even further. And everybody getting busy trying to get their waves in. Yeah, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. It is all going on. And that tide, wow, what a difference from this morning when the water was right lapping up towards the main towers here. And now it is way back out. You can see that sand line. And the wave evolving and changing throughout the day. And that's why the surfers have got the full day of practice here to really work out their equipment and the different moods and tides of snapper rocks. Whoa, look out, Leo Friavanti there. Getting jiggy with it, and he's got this, he's going to get down and get back up again, but couldn't get through that next section. Someone inside the tube, not coming out. No one right up the top behind the rock yet, but I'm sure that's going to happen. And here we go, a late drop. I think that's Italy. Oh, no shortage of go for it. How's your fantasy picks going? I know Chris Enever, he's got his fantasy picks. He's got them locked in, but you can always change them. So I'm looking at picking mine tonight. Maybe have a bit of a think about what happened today. Which surfer really looks like the goods? If you're watching there online, you'll be going like, yeah, who am I going to pick in your fantasy league? Of course, you can also pick the winner of each heat. Play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks lock in before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Set your bracket now on worldsurfleague.com. And wow, Gabrielle Medina, the two yellow leaders' jerseys are up at the same time, backhand and forehand. And look at this flying along. Is that Italo? Who else is it going to be? Italo's looking kind of spicy. Gabby hooking up and under the lip. Getting a little bit of coverage as well. And Italo, he is flying on this one. And now looks like... wow, down the line. These guys are destroying these waves. And Italo ducks under a bit of courage going, g'day, Gabby, here I am. And Cole Hauschman on the backhand. Wow, the big man doing some big turns, throwing some heat. Once again, clear the flight path. There is spray to the stratosphere. And now down the line. So, of course, this afternoon we've got the rising tides as well. That are pretty awesome. And, of course, the heat draw. Well, first heats tomorrow. Men's or women's first round. And I'm sure they're out there looking at each other, those different surfers, thinking, oh, yeah, I got you tomorrow, my heat. Oh, look out. Of course, it's 50 years of the World Championship Tour, and this year, of course, plenty going on to watch and check out. Gold Coast, a long, illustrious record for this event. Of course, Felipe Toledo, the defending champion, won it at Burleigh Heads last year, an amazing performance. 24 was Mikey McDonald when it was a Challenger Series event. Samuel Pupo the year before. Callum Robson before that, that's a Challenger. When it was a CT before, that was Italo. Julian's won it, Owen Wright, Matt Wilkinson, Philippe Toledo, Gabriel Medina. Kelly Slater's won a handful of them. Kelly, the winningest surfer here at Snapper Rocks. Well, the winningest surfer of all time. And they're mixing it up out there. Oh, that looks like Connor O'Leary, I think, getting crazy with it. Really got some vert mission going there. And whipping it off the top as well. And wow, there's so much action going. Everybody's just trying and pushing it to the limit. Warming up here, testing their equipment, testing themselves. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Of course, Snapper, and they've got Kira as a backup in case we get a mega swell. So when it gets big there, Kira, a great option. And I think that's Miggy Pupo there, working through to the inside. And Isabella Nichols. Bella loving the waves here today. Noticed Isabella getting quite a few. And whoa, plenty of rail game there. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. So all the surfers are training. They're warming up, testing their equipment and testing everything about this wave. As we see, the sets are just pouring through non-stop. And some nice little sections lining up. We're right on the bottom of the tide. Italo up and under. Well, he's been picking off some bombs there. You'd be thinking about your fantasy team. Would you put Italo in there? He's got the Formula One spray on his board. All his boards got the same spray. And plenty going on today. Of course, Snapper Rocks, the main event. Kira, the main venue. Kira, an alternative one. So if we're going to go to Kira, it'll be definitely head high to double overhead or more. Rightio. Well, what makes this point break unique? Well, it's kind of man-made. Like snapper back when I was a Grom, used to work every so often. Like you'd get the sand come around the rock and next thing you've got snapper. And it goes snapper through to rainbow. Very rarely would go past rainbow. But now with the man-made, with the sand pumping, the sand bypass, it's moved all that sand down the point to create what they call a super bank. And, well, super work there from Italo on the backhand. Big float from Miggy. So that's what makes this different to everywhere else. Gabrielle Medina, the owner of the leaders jersey at the moment. Oh, Gabby spied this little section here, just ducked straight under, a bit of coverage. Then we'll get to work as he heads through into Little Marley. Little Marley, this section through the rocks there. And huge straight air there. I think that might be a Alejo. And now Isabella Nichols. Yeah, so the sand pump, sand bathymetry changes at Snapper Rocks. Well, basically it goes around the corner here. We've had the pumps going, and it just fills up. We only lost all the sand last year when Cyclone Alfred came through, and I think it was like a 20, 30 metre hole in front of Snapper Rocks. So, unfortunately, they couldn't hold it here because of this lack of sand, so they went to Burleigh Heads. It started to fill in, but it wasn't in time for the contest. This year, we've got the opposite. We have got tons of sand here at Snapper Rocks, as you can see. With the low tide, we've just got an incoming tide now. Tide on the way in. Conditions should change up once again. So the different swells have different effects. Like when it's south, it's easy to connect entire rides. With a nice south swell, you can easily get a ride from Snapper Rocks all the way, well, almost to Kirra if your legs can last that long. Makes it harder with the crowds. And a strong drift. With an east-southeast is probably the best direction. A longer period, more barrels, wide ones that can grow, more sectional, spreads out the crowd, and once again a strong current drift. With an east-northeast swell though, it's a pretty good direction there for barrels. Hit snapper square on, more wide growers, more takeoff zones, and less current. In fact, it could have a current that goes the other way. When we had the trials, the surfers were actually paddling out at Little Marley and were being dragged back out into the lineup. So, yeah, different swell directions provide different results as far as the wave goes. And with the north to northeast swell, well, not really any good for it's not really the same as winds. You really want the south to southeast winds. Southwest, you can get by. Anything else more than southwest, and it makes it a little bit ugly. Even southwest does. Sometimes even in the northeast, it can be all right out here. And 90% of the sand is getting pumped from behind the rocket snapper. Of course, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gudjinburra and the Minyangbal people of the Bundjalung Nation, and we pay our respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people. It was great, the welcome to country ceremony. That was pretty good. So at the moment, it's Gabby Bryan has got the yellow jersey for the women. Gabrielle Medina for the men. It's the Gabby show, the Gabby and Gabby show. But out there now, everybody's on show and getting ready for the main event to start tomorrow. The waiting period starts tomorrow. And our first heat in the men's will be Callum Robson and Oscar Berry. and Matthias Hurdy and Reef Hazelwood, the wild card. Luke Thompson and Winter Vincent and Morgan Siblick and Ramsey Bookham. The women's heats, first of the women's heats, going to be Francesca Masalco and Yolanda Hopkins. That'll be the first one, the Portuguese surfers. Sally Fitzgibbon will be taking on Bella Kenworthy. Vahine Fierro from France will be taking on Brisa Hennessy. Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowski. Alyssa Spencer will be taking on Nadia Aristabe. Tyler Wright, Anat Lila. Aaron Brooks and Stephanie Gilmore. That's the one I'm keen to see. The GOAT versus the up-and-comer. And then Sawyer Lindbergh taking on the wild card, Dimity Stoyle. Rightio, wins by country at this event. This goes all the way back to the Stubbies in 1977 when Michael Peterson won the first ever pro event here on the Gold Coast. There's been 25 wins by Australians, 9 by the US surfers. This is in the men's side, 5 by Brazilians and 3 for Hawaiians. Regular versus goofies, 33 regular footers, 9 goofies with the win. So the goofies, a lot of those coming in the latter part with the Brazilian Storm there. And how's your fantasy picks going? WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. So how are your picks going for your fantasy teams? You can watch it today. Lock in your fantasy surfing team and bracket before Heat 1 starts tomorrow. And tune in tomorrow for Dawn Patrol. I'm pretty well thinking we might be on there as well. So we could be starting tomorrow with great conditions presenting themselves here at Snapper Rocks for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And a little bit of tube time on the back end, and out they come. Oh, that might be, is that Reef Hazelwood maybe? Oh, it's Gabby. Didn't notice Gabby because he wasn't on a coloured board. Gabby getting the best backhand barrel I've seen. Gabby fired up. World number 1. Multiple world champion. Current ratings leader. So some great little waves here with the low tide. So as we've seen throughout the day, this place is working no matter what the tide. So, of course, you think you can pick the winner of each heat? Well, try the bracket challenge. Rightio. Well, there's action aplenty out there. Just saw Gabby Medina get the best backhand barrel I've seen out there before, right up in the corner. Hardly knew it was him because he was on a white board, mate.
I know, I was just saying that. Got to keep your eye out down here because just when you think there's things that you wouldn't ever see happen. I didn't think I'd see Gabby surfing a JS here at Snapper, but he's on a white JS and, well, looked very good under his feet. So apparently he was out there on an Almeric just before that as well. So he's got the full quiver here. And
mixing it up. Well, that's what today's for, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the training day here is for. And you can get your reps in. You can try your boards, sharpen the tools. And, well, that's just what the world number one is doing currently.
Well, he's not the world number one for nothing, mate. He's got some talent.
With the number one on his back as well. It's a place he likes to be. And
used to be number 10, just changed it to number one. I'm the new number one.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
He come back. Instead of getting 10s, he wants to be just number one.
Every race car driver wants number one on their car. Although Italo's the race car driver out there with the race car wrap on all his boards.
So it looks like lobby down the end section. Just commentators cursed him.
Yeah, we've been doing that a bit today, Chris.
I know. And, well, who's this? This looks like Connor O'Leary, that very low, compact style where he just springs into the lip and just decimates section just like that. And, well, he's making his way through the inside. Getting some reps in too. I like it. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Connor O'Leary today. And, well, what do you reckon, Tapper? Who has the advantage? Your goofies, your regulars? Those barrels behind the rocks originally had me thinking the regular footers are going to have some advantage out here. But from what I've seen today, the goofies have just been getting... I mean, Gabby got so drained on that last one. And
yeah.
The way Connor and Italo and Ramsey have been squaring up off the bottom and just throwing so much spray. It really is a point of difference. So I really can't pick them. I don't think I can't pick anything today. Like I said, it's made things more and more confusing for my bracket challenge and my fantasy team.
So you might be changing it up by the end of the day, mate?
100%. Every time I see another wave get ridden, I go in there and change it.
I haven't picked mine. I'm going to sit on it tonight. Have a bit of a thought, bit of reflection later.
Yeah, I think I've done myself a mischief because it's harder to take people out and replace them because then you go, I should have left them in, when you have a team. And
yeah,
I did that earlier this year with the fantasy. I had a Bells team. It didn't do me any good. And then I changed it for Margaret's. And then the people that did no good at Bells showed up at Margaret's. And I was just thinking, why did I change it? I overthought it. And Aaron Brooks just whipping that backhand. That's going to be an incredible matchup.
Oh, mate, that's the heat tomorrow. That's the heat I want to see. Oh, look out. Who's in the barrel here off behind the rock, and they're coming out. Oh, hello. Thanks for coming. Guess who that is? Oh,
well.
Well, they just put the spanner amongst the goofy footworks there, mate.
Fun fact, Felipe, only person in the draw that's actually won here on the Gold Coast.
Ah.
Yeah. I was having a look at that before. Well, Sammy won the Challenger.
Yeah. So Sammy's had a win, but not when it was a...
Oh, sorry. That's the only person that's won multiple events, sorry. He's won multiple. We've got a bunch of guys in the draw that have won.
Italo, Gabby.
Yeah. And I guess you give Sammy and Callum winning the challenges here.
Yeah.
That's a win out here at the Gold Coast.
And it was pretty good waves those years too, particularly in 24. And Mikey McDonough, who had 23 and 24. Mikey McDonough had some great waves there. That was the noisiest win I've ever heard.
But yeah, Felipe.
There was half of Ballina was here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, that was wild. And well, Felipe, only surfer to have multiple victories. That's what I saw earlier in the stat book.
Oh, someone locked in again behind the rock. Hello, thanks for coming. Is that the lobster? I think that is the. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there you go. Is that the lobster?
I think Lob's out there in green. This is Wynder Vincent, though. He's going to be a real deadly wild card out here because you look at the range. He's got super silky and has similar style to Crosby. You know, very tall, and they have a lot of reach, and they get that real torque and whip through their calves. They get a really nice rail line, especially when they get that, you know, nice open face. And here goes Italo. Whack. So Italo was your champion back in 2019.
Seems so long ago.
Yeah, that was pretty sure that event was over at D-Bar, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Duran Bar, yeah.
But it doesn't have the asterisks on here, so. But my memory serves me correctly. I'm pretty sure he did win that event at D-Bar. They started here and they finished around at D-Bar, maybe.
Yeah, the swell disappeared and they had D-Bar as an option, but I don't think we've got that problem this year, Chris. I think really we're at Snapper Rocks for the whole duration, and we're going to see some mighty surfing. And wow, dragging on that one. Really ripping in our surfers out there. Nice big layback hack. So the rain may be pouring down, but the surfing action is going next level out there.
These are great, but the problem is that they're not in alphabetical order or anything, so they're like... What I might do is I might get it, you know, I might cut and paste it.
Jersey number. Wow, look at this off the end. It is really turning on out there with the incoming tide. I think things are going to really fire up.
And on the inside section, it looks like... Well, it's hard to see in that rain. A couple of goofy footers here. Whack. I think that is Vahine. That looks like the goofy footer in the tube. Look at this inside drain pipe for Vahine Ferro. Just comes out and just jams a super nice whip in the pocket. Wow, that was one of the best female waves I've seen today. That was incredible surfing from all the Tahitian representing France. Wow, big whip in the pocket there on the inside section. And there's Italo out the back, just detonating that wave. That was incredible display of backhand surfing there. All right, so racing down the line. Nice whip in the pocket and just going for the lobster dive. And look at this wave just hitting the bank. That looks like Vahine again. She's just on an absolute tear out there today. And, well, that's none other than Jordy Smith. Big swooping carve. Just vintage Jordy right there. This thing looks like it's going to go on the inside. He's got a nice little double up sidewinder and just starts to rip into some nice combination of turns and starting to find some shade. And he's well and truly on his way down to Greenmount. So there's a tricky one for your bracket challenge. Cowley versus Jordy. Jordy Smith versus Cowley Vast. Round 2, heat number 2. That is just a battle of the heavy-footed power surfers. Natural versus regular. Sorry, natural versus goofy. It's been a long day. And there we go. We see Yago making his way back out the back. So number 9, Yago Dora. So still comes into this event seeded number 1 after taking out the world title last year. So the reigning world champion still holds the number 1 seed. And for everyone out there wondering how the seeding is determined, well, it is a mix-up of last year's results with this year's results being built into that number. I'm not sure the exact percentage of how much each result this year does determine the seeding points, but well, Griffin, number 2 seed still. And Gabby, number 4. So Gabby is shot well and truly up the rankings by sitting number 1 in the world currently. And, wow, look at this. Crosby Colapinto just kicking off where he left off in. Margaret's looking so spicy. And look at this right here. Nice big swooping carve. That looks like, well, Carissa Moore. Comes that inside section as bashes that one. This is a great looking ride. And look at the wave behind her. Huge turn there. Wow. And then Italo out the back. And again out the back in the tube. This is one of the better tubes of the morning. Comes flying out there. Wow. The waves have just started to absolutely pump right now. That tide's starting to filter in and the bank is looking incredible out there right now. It really is the dream conditions right now. You got the reverse current just pulling you back up the point. So the surfer's not having to paddle against the current, and the conditions are just incredible. The rain glassing off the conditions. The wind's backed off. That's all right. Yep. that. So there he is, the man himself. Number 72, Jack Robinson. The shaman, the tube shaman, out on the snapper rocks, about to rock off. And, well, what a time to enter the lineup. We've seen some crazy tubes start to emerge around the, behind the rock. And it is currently 1:50 p.m., so a bit over an hour and a half left in this WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. I hope everyone out there has been enjoying the live action on the WSL YouTube channel. We've been able to, well, get a great look and insight into some of these surfers in the draw. Well, I hope you've been able to get some good insights into your fantasy team. Get on there, check out the bracket challenge, see who's going to be matching up against who. The matchups are incredible, might I add, and that starts right in round number 1. From the very first heat of the event, Callum Robson versus Oscar Berry. That is, well, splitting hairs. You've got the man from Evans Head, who does a lot of work down the HPC. He's up against his sparring partner in Oscar Berry, who is, well, the local lad. He'll have the entire support of the Mad Huey's crew and everyone here on the Goldie behind him. Well, I was wondering who was on that blackboard. It was none other than Reef Hazelwood. Trials winner, the Goofy, doing it for the Goofs. That board's looking spicy, bruh. Might have to adjust my fantasy team, actually. So the wild card, Reef Hazelwood, he'll be coming up against Mateus Hurdy in heat number 2 in round number 1. That's a incredible matchup. Two, well, high-flying, progressive surfers. Remember the run Reef went on a couple of years back here in this event when he got the wild card. Almost went all the way to take out the entire event. That was over at D-Bar on the finals day, but now back to snapper, coming off a win in the trials. So he's full of confidence, Mr. Reef Hazelwood. Then you got the two powerful natural footers, Winder Vincent versus Luke Thompson in heat number 3. And rounding out the first round, the final heat, heat number 4, is, well, Morgan Siblick against the big, powerful, goofy footer in Ramsey. Connor O'Leary just going upside down. Holy moly. That is some crazy backhand surfing on display right now. And he's not done with this one either. This one's going to go on the inside. Oh, and I've just, commentators cursed him a little bit. So as you can see, we have just surpassed the bottom of the tide. It was a pretty super low tide, 0.2 metres. So you can jump on Surfline, the official forecasting sponsor of the WSL. And 12:57 high tide, low tide it was, and we're going to be working our way up to a 1.7 metre high tide. So some pretty big tides at the moment. So we'll play quite a bit of influence in the bank and the conditions throughout this event, especially when you've got such low tides like this, big differential between the highs and the lows. So all these athletes can coaches will need to be really on their game and how this bank and lineup changes. But look at that inside little drain pipe. That looks like Jack Robbo, the shaman, just in his shaman room. So Jack will be matched up against Al Cleland, our surfer from Mexico. Absolute legend of a bloke and loves having a good time, brings plenty of good energy to this tour. Oh, Winter Vincent just dropping the hammer there. That was sick. Really cool inverted layback. But just does it with such ease. And there's Lakey Peterson, number 7. Huge gaffing turn. And a second one. That is one of the best combinations we've seen from the women today. And, well, that's going to feel really good for former event champion. Gets the win over in Margaret's and comes to the Gold Coast and looking like she has plenty more in the tank. Look at this set approaching the lineup. Looks like it's drawing off the bank nicely. Will we see a ride? Oh. And here he is, the People's Champ, Oscar Berry, 64, making his way out. So I'm sure all the crew will be rallying up there on the top of the balcony at Rainbow tomorrow for Oscar Berry's heat. Their man will be out there in the opening heat of the event. 7:30 call tomorrow we will have. We'll either be running into round number 1 of the men's or round number 1 of the women's. Both are on standby currently. Contest directors, commissioners, and head judges will be making an assessment in the morning. But with the forecast we have, I tell you what, it's just looking promising, promising, promising. Very exciting to have such a good forecast, especially for the first 4 to 5 days of this event period. We could be in and out. Done and dusted, just like that. And well, you couldn't ask for much more, getting the event pretty much wrapped up over the long weekend. I can imagine this beach will be absolutely chock-a-block full of spectators. Aha. Just hit a speed bump. So very big thank you and shout out to everyone who's tuned in across the YouTube live broadcast for today's WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Hope you've enjoyed the action. Even you, Lehman, out there. Hope you're enjoying it, mate. People have just been, well, trying to get all of the nitty-gritty insights into who they're going to put into their fantasy team and their bracket challenge. And there's the man, the Prince of Burleigh, Lob. Also an ambassador for Coastal Property Agents, one of the presenting sponsors of the event. Got to see a couple of lads up there on the top deck, really enjoying the action. Asher Wales, Ed Cherry, Rob Ford. Thanks for coming down and joining us. And, well, it's not over yet. We've got over an hour of action, an hour and a half of action, actually, left for today's training session. And then we go into the rising tides. So the Groms will be out there with their heroes, enjoying the day. Wow. There is Cowley Vast just ripping through some backhand attacks. So we saw Jordy on a wave before, and this is Cowley's answer. He's going to be against good friend and powerful, sure-footed South African and Jordy Smith. And out the back, Jack Robbo just drifting the fins and just goes on down. And I think that could be Oscar Berry out the back. No, that is Jow. Oh, big float the boat. It just goes on down. And there's Crosby. Look at this one lining up for Crosby on the inside. Stand by for a big drop wallet. Almost fin blow reverse. Aha. That was a really critical turn there. Up and riding, here's Rio. We haven't seen much of Rio today, but just comes flying out of that drain pipe and into a really nice fin release. So that's a good way to open his account for today. And Carissa Moore. So Reef on the inside, Reef Hazelwood. And just whipping through some nice turns on the inside section. Wow, big whipping turn from Marco. And this one's just going to keep running down the line. And behind him, that looks like Alejo. A very solid stance of Alejo. Just ripping this one. This one stands up on the inside section, just cracks that section. He is like a fine wine, just keeps getting better with age. So we can see the conditions. They're looking probably the best they've been all day. It's just so clean out there. That wind has just backed off and almost just gone full glassy out there and out the back into a cavern. Just getting gobbled up there. I'm not sure who that was. Now this looks like none other than Stephanie Gilmore. Just goes off the back there. Wow, how are some of those waves just unloading behind the rock out the back? We're starting to really see this tube section come to life today. These are great signs for the days to come. I mean, this morning it was a little bit lumpy. The swell seemed like it was kind of figuring itself out, but as this day has gone on, it's just gotten better and better.
Test 1 2, test 1 2. Go the All Blacks.
And up and riding, there is your 5-time world champion, Carissa Moore, back with a vengeance. Got a new little addition to the family. And she's come back to get on the tour. And Olympic champion, 5-time world champion. You can see she's having a lot of fun out here in the lineup. And Riss would be just loving her time back in the jersey. It looks like maybe a couple of lines poking their head around the top of the point here. We could see some action. And up and riding out the back. Oh, Oscar Berry, just that big, vicious forehand wrap. That's more like it from OB. Just keeps ripping this one down the line. Just comes unstuck. Just commentators cursed him right there. But some great signs from the local lad. Yeah, and as Tapper comes back in the booth, we did lose some action on the screen for a while, but some technical issues were sorted out, and we have full access to the screen. And oh, there is the high-flying Marco. No stranger to taking to the air. And, well, Shimmy Disco down the line. Looking to drop some hammers in the lineup and at every after party throughout the event period. And look at this one. This might go again on the inside. Big crack. And, well, she is a very dangerous wild card. I tell you that much, Tapper, because someone who knows this wave like the back of a hand.
Well, she's had plenty of experience. 11 years ago was her last time at this event, but she's done quite a few laps out here in the meantime. Shimmy Disco. And I tell you what, wouldn't it be good if her and Steph somehow met in the draw?
In the final.
Oh, in the final. That'd be interesting.
There'd be an all-sinker matchup. There'd be tequila getting thrown around everywhere. Tell you what, the sinker party would be going berserk if that was the case. Guaranteed win for one of the team members. One of the founding members. But did get to pop my head up to the VIP bar before and saw everyone just enjoying the great vantage point. The double-story VIP bar is a spectacle. I haven't seen it that high ever before. It's a new layout. Usually it's one big, long platform that goes all the way down, but now it's double-story. It's incredible up there. Just get the best view I've ever seen a snapper.
And there's the Red Bull viewing platform up by the judges as well. That's pretty good there too. I think you've got to be very special to get in that one, Chris. But I tell you what, the action aplenty.
Italo's private viewing area.
Yeah. I talked to Oscar Berry. He's out for a few more laps. He said before everybody gets out there to the end, it's like a Formula One practice. At the end, everybody's frothing trying to get their lap in.
Yeah, I think Gabby really kind of picked the eyes out of it today. We saw him just sit back, let everyone just get their froth out, and just he just moseyed on out at lunchtime, right on 12 o'clock to the minute. He knew that everyone was in there getting their lunch in the VIP athlete zone, and he just moseyed on out, and we've got one of the best backhand barrels we've seen of the day for the Goofies. Probably out of everyone, actually.
Yeah, and young Oscar Berry getting one there on the screen as you're watching there, ladies and gentlemen, in YouTube land. Of course, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And, wow, I think as this tide comes in, we might see some stuff. Look at that one behind the rock, and who have we got taken off? Oh, it's a big drop. It's Morgan Siblick. He's in there. Can he come out? Coming from deep. Oh, no, definitely not. And Carissa goes, yeah, I'll have that one.
Oh, big.
Wow. Mate, I wouldn't be surprised if I put Carissa Moore on my team there, I reckon.
Oh, I don't think you can leave her out, can you? Five-time world champion, Olympic champion, full mum power now. And look at her in this barrel on the inside section, still in there, comes flying out. Carissa Moore, ladies and gentlemen, just loving her time here at Snapper Rocks.
Oh, your fantasy team, and here we go. Oh,
Italo,
pedal
to the metal.
Got for us? He doesn't know anything but flat out, does he?
No.
There's only one speed, 2 million miles an hour.
Yeah, max power.
Oh, he's just stopping now because he's waiting. As you see, he's lining this up. Something big's coming here, Chris. He's just having fun. Wow, there's so many different tubes out there. Me and Chris are permeating here over our fantasy teams, our fantasy picks, and I don't know. Do you go goofy too? Or do you go natural? There's deep barrels off the end of the rock, but then we've seen Gabby Medina on the backhand get one of the best backhand barrels we've seen. One of the best barrels as such.
Yeah, well, obviously you've got to weigh up the options because well, the forehanders definitely have the advantage on the tubes, but when it comes to those tight whips in the pocket and throwing spray, I feel like the goofies have a big advantage being able to square up so much in the tight pockets.
Well, Cosby Colapinto was on the screen there, mate, but I sort of lost my mind a little as one came from behind the rock, and I reckon the spit would have blown you up to surface paradise. It was that powerful. So I think behind the rock is going to start going off, and we might see some real entertainment for those people watching online and the people watching here at the beach. And here we go. Nice little tube.
Liam O'Brien, the Prince of Burleigh.
Wow, the action just getting better and better here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. So much to see and do down here. And I'm pretty confident that we're going to have action tomorrow. The call will be about 7:30 for a possible 8 a.m. start. They may wait for a little bit of water to get off that tide because I think high tide tomorrow when I have a little squiz. High tide tomorrow is at 7:37, so we may have an 8 o'clock start. We may not. They might wait for a little bit more water to come off. It all depends on the swell. The swell's supposed to be heading up, but we'll see. As we see, it's gone a little bit quiet, having a bit of a breath. I like it when it has a bit of a breath out there here at Snapper Rocks because, you know, that means it's just building and we're going to see some real action. And I'm having a look, and there are a couple of people that are so deep behind the rock that I'm going to have to stand up in the commentator's booth to see who it is. And here we go. One is coming from way deep behind the rock. Who is on this? I can see a blue singlet and taking the drop. Oh, just doesn't happen, that one. Looked like it was on. Picking that right wave, and here we go. Got someone going deep here. Oh, and over the falls. DJ Shimmy Disco. The disco ball definitely hit the dance floor then. And there we go. That is Luke Thompson. He grabs the end of that one. But, yeah, the disco ball's been shattered on that one. But that's the thing. It's that, but you got to have a crack. Can't not have a crack. You got to have a crack. Well, we saw that, of course, with the women, that was in 24. Erin Brooks took that late drop and pulled it and got so ridiculously shacked and backhand Rios, and then just it was 10 points. There was nothing else coming but a 10-point ride. So everybody knows risk equals reward, and if you do take the risk, you are going to get that reward. So everybody knows what the stakes are. Stakes are high. And look, Chris is still, he's checking out his fantasy team. He is perplexed, very perplexed on who to select in a numerous surf leagues. And here we go. Look at this thing behind. Oh, no, not quite. I think in the next hour or so, we're going to see some really crazy stuff behind the rock. And I'm looking forward to it here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and there we go. Young Mr. Joel Fawn there getting one as well. And, wow, it's sort of gone a little quiet, but we know when it goes quiet, there's a lot of action on the way. Oh, here we go. It's a late drop. And, of course, that's Alejo Moniz doing his last lap on the CT. But, wow, it looks like he's not done. He's definitely throwing it around there, Alejo. And, oh, wow. Well, look at a late bolter for your fantasy team, Alejo Moniz. Look, a bit of action down the inside as well. DJ Shimmy Disco. Dim recovered from the big disco ball drop onto the dance floor. She's great in a wave selection out here, Dimity style. She's done lots of laps out here. Well, she's won the Burley single fin a couple of times, once in a flared wetsuit. Done a bit of everything. And, of course, the heat draw tomorrow. Wow. What'll be out first? The ladies, the men? Maybe 4 of them. First round of the men, first round of the ladies. We'll see what happens. And here we go, Liam O'Brien. Lob. Nice little slice. Comes around this next section. Hits it, rotates, but doesn't ride it out. And I'm waiting for someone. There's a bit of action in the corner there. Tide on the way back in. Conditions will be changing throughout the afternoon. And we've got all afternoon. There's Callum Robson, Caltex. Look out. He's filled up and ready to go as Caltex. And, oh, wow. These guys are letting loose, warming up. Joel Vaughan has a look and go, hey, how's that? So, excitement. How's your fantasy team going, folks? How are you going on your selections here? I know we're right confused here. We're sort of thinking, wow, what are we going to do? I'm just going to hold back. I'm not going to select anybody. I've got a few ideas. Tomorrow it'll be on. I'll have my team selected. We'll see how I go, but I'm making too many changes of mind right now to select. I'll just be moving it in and out, but you can do that till competition starts. You can change your mind. But I'm a big believer in first thought, best thought. So I'm going to have my first thought very late in the day. That's what I'm thinking. So, yeah, lock your fantasy in. But you can also, can you pick the winner of each heat? You can play the all-new WSL Bracket Challenge. Heat picks lock in before the start of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Set your bracket now on worldsurfleague.com. And there we go. Rio Wada's got the lift back. They're all going deep behind the rock there now. And there we go, the wild card, Reef Hazelwood. Tell you what, I've actually commentated Reef's last 2 wins. The last 2 events he's gone in, he has won. And I tell you what, he's got nerves of steel. Both events, the Par Bendel, which was first held in 1974, he was basically had a 9-something for most of the heat and then just waited till the last 30 seconds, got the score, won the event. And it was a pretty similar situation in the wildcard trials. He had that big score early in the heat and was sitting, and then he did it. So nerves of steel, Mr. Reef Hazelwood. And, of course, the Par Bendel, in 1974, Richard Harvey won it. He won $1,500. And back then I said, what'd you do with it? Took $1,000 of it, put a 10% deposit on a house and land package at Miami. Those houses today are worth $2 million. So it was like that 1,000 was like 200,000. No wonder Jerry Lopez and all the Hawaiians were there competing for it. It was in 1974 when the big cyclone came through. And so they actually called it off and postponed it for a week. So and all the guys that came there for the comp was flooded in and they got to surf Noosa with nobody. Amazing little story I had from Richard Harvey there, but here we go. Amazing little story here. That is, of course, Marco Mignon. Oh, Marco, loosen the juice. Our French competitor. He loves getting a bit cray-cray, does he, Marco? And you can see a few showers out to sea. Hopefully they aren't bringing through to the inside. But a great little day here for the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And here we go. Looks like having a bit of a look at this one. Oh, Joel Vaughan. Oh, nice little tube time from Joel. What's he got? He's always got something up his sleeve, Mr. Vaughan. Of course, from North Shelley Board Riders. What a dearth of talent in that area there is. And there we go. Round and round he goes. That's number 68 there, Joel Vaughan. Oh, in the tube and out she comes there. Oh, Molly Picklum, the defending world champ. She knows her way into a barrel, does she, that lass? Oh. Doesn't mind getting behind the rock. And I tell you what, you get a really deep one from behind the rock, I reckon you need to be rewarded because it is a very different thing. You've got backwash, you've got the late airdrop, you've got everything to contend with. And here we go, we've got someone else up as well. And it's Oscar Berry, big O. Whoa, rotates it as well. So Oscar Berry now heading down the line. Oscar said he thought he'd get a few before the last-minute late crowds, and Oscar loving it through the inside there. This one's linking right up to little Marley. He's going to get busy with it. Take it all the way through. So action aplenty here. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. I think Big A's pretty happy with that one. Of course, originally hailing from that amazing place, Angari, down near Yamba, where my family comes from. My dad grew up there, carried the Olympic torch in 1956 at Yamba. One of the local athletes selected. Beautiful place in the world. Almost as good as the Gold Coast. There we go. It looks like Seth Moniz and Griff ready to jump off the rock and enter into the water. The old rock jump at Snapper Rocks. The tide's a bit lower now, so it makes the timing a little bit easier, but you still got to have that timing and skill. Those rocks are not very forgiving. And you see, they're not very good under the feet either, I can tell you that. Don't want to have soft feet. And, yeah, we'll be seeing some waves from those lads now. It looks like everybody's starting to congregate up towards the end of the break, right up at the corner of the rock. And maybe we're going to have someone take off deep here. And here we go. That is Luke Thompson. Tomo. Oh, he's got to have the Aussie Thompson, hasn't he? Tomo. In Australia, you get an O put at the end of your name. That's it. That's your nickname. So, yeah, a lot of congregation towards the end there. They'll be taking turns behind the rock. A few sitting down further and trying to pick off a couple as well. And a big paddle from our surfer on the back end. Can't get around it. And seagulling that one is Al Cleland. Al swooping and driving around. Comes out. Hooks it back and look at this little... Oh, it goes the head dip. Oh, I like the head dip. Look out. Kind of a look back head dip. And DJ Shimmy Disco. Timothy Stoyle. Tight and bright in the pocket. Carving it back. So Timothy Stoyle ripping into this one. Cutting it back. And bringing it around. Wow. Dim looking good. She won the wild card spot. And she's really looking the goods there, Dimity Stoyle. She could be a roughie, you'd say, in your fantasy team. There's been much history of wild cards winning events like Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Joe Engel back in the day at Bells. Wild cards often come from nowhere to win events, and a few fairy tales always tend to emerge in these events. And here we go. Look, a couple of bigger waves, but those ones have shifted wide. And Seth Moniz coming around that section. Looking to, hopefully, this one could actually extend down the line. Seth just lining it up. And got the double up section now. Carves it back. A bit of a frothy, foamy one. But the skill of these surfers. Oh, I just put the mocker on him. So much going on today. So much going on tomorrow. I think we're going to be on. That's just my personal opinion. Doesn't count for much in decisions, but I reckon it looks like we're going to be on like Donkey Kong, I reckon. And headed down the line there. That is Al Cleland again. So, fantasy picks, who is your choice? Watching today, you're probably more confused than I am. I'm not sure how I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick, but I'm not sure how. And here we go down the line. That's Griffin Colapinto. And now it's a bit more of a longer line here for this surfer. There we go, ripping in, and that's Winter Vincent. Winter looking spicy out there is Winter. Very compact and tight and looking bright. And here we go. Look out, Jack Robbo. Looking smooth, Jack Robbo. And this little section's going to line up for him. Oh, smooth as silk. Someone got the silk pillowcase out there and put it on that wave because that was looking very silky out there. Jack Robbo. Got the zen going on. And here, oh, look out at Sammy Pupo. Wow, just floats up and over that and out behind as well. Sammy Pupo, tight and bright in the pocket, rip it in. Out behind him as well as some big turns going. Sammy Pupo just kicking and driving. Sammy's fired up. And that was Morgs behind him that was throwing heat everywhere. They've definitely changed the flight path at Coolangatta Airport. They've heard this event's on. They're going, change the flight path. Too much spray coming off Snapper Rocks. And there we go on the backhand, Alyssa Spencer. And look at this one out behind the rock. Someone's in there. Someone's out of there. Wow. That Jack Robbo back out so quickly. And Steph Gilmore. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The queen of Snapper Rocks. She can play guitar like a demon. She can surf amazingly. She knows this wave back to front. Such style, such poise. And, yeah, tell you what, that heat, Erin Brooks and Steph Gilmore tomorrow. That's in the first round of the women. That will be one for the ages to watch, I reckon. That's probably my pick for one of the best heats coming up, I tell you. And Molly Picklum, look, here we go, the world champ. Mole getting a bit crazy with it. So much going on. We've still got a bit more before we go to the rising tides. And here we go on the backhand, Carolyn Marks. And there we go, ripping in Francesca Falsacco. Francesca cuts it back, looking towards this inside section to stack up. And it does. Here we go. How good is this? The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Fun and games and great surfing. And I've talked to a couple of the athletes. I was talking to Yago before, and he said it's so good. And what they like about it so much is, like, they get waves. Regardless, they get waves when they go out there. But they don't have to dodge around people. The area's clear where they're surfing, so they get to surf the wave how they want. Oh, someone's inside that one, and someone's outside of that one. And there we go, Jolie Vaughan. And now, whoa, look out, throwing that heat around, Luke Thompson. So we're in the final 50 minutes of the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Of course, then the rising tides are after that, so the surfers will get to wrap up the kit bag and maybe go and get ready for tomorrow, stretch it out, do their recovery, prepare for tomorrow, taper down, and all set for the first round, maybe tomorrow morning. No guarantee, but I don't know. I reckon I could put some money on it, even though I'm not a betting man. Well, I see a few waves rolling around out there. Tell you what, Callum Robson, he's been waiting a while for that one behind the rock. He knows what wave he wants. He's just waiting. Patience is a virtue. And there we go. Mr. Colapinto racing down towards the end there. Crosby, look out, drops the hammer. Wow, goes down to the scaffold, picks it up and gets back to work. Driving and sliding and, look out for Mr. Colapinto there, Cros. I wonder if we're going to see a Cros v Griff heat again. Look out. Exciting little afternoon here. Great surfing going down. The WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And here we go. Snapping underneath. That looks like Marco Mignon, I think. I don't know. He hasn't come out, so I can't tell you for sure. And, Morgan Siblick really getting it on rail there. Oh, they're giving each other heaps out there. And looks like Morgs has found this little one on the inside here. He likes the look of this one. It's stacking up a bit down the line. Really getting that tail up and over and floats the next one. Getting his variety on. Oh, more variety in the cereal aisle at the supermarket. Yeah, the WSA Fantasy Live Training Day. How's your fantasy picks going? Mine are very confused. I'm going to have to settle down tonight, take a big, deep breath, and then get on my phone and go, okay, this is who I'm going to select. But right now, it's a bit confusing because there's so much good surfing going on. Gonna have to put the whole day into perspective. And Callum Robson this way, stacking up for Caltex, and buckets of spray go out the back as Caltex flying down the line. That wave dissipates. So, time ticking down here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And here we go. One from behind the rock there races through. What's this second one going to do? Is anybody in position for it? Oh, that one just races wide. Yeah, of course, the call tomorrow. And first heats on the men's side. Callum Robson versus Oscar Berry. As we see, here we go, Al Cleland. Al tight in the pocket and all goes down. So first heats will be Callum Robson, Oscar Berry, Matthias Hurdy, Reef Hazelwood, Luke Thompson v Winter Vincent, Morgan Siblick v Ramsey Buchheim. For the women, first heat will be Francesca Vaselko taking on Yolanda Hopkins, all Portuguese battle. Then Sally Fitz v Bella Kenworthy, Baheen Ferrero taking on Brisa Hennessy, Carissa Moore, Tia Zabrowski, then Alyssa Spencer v Nadia Aristabe, Tyler Wright v Anat Lila, and then the one I'm looking forward to, Erin Brooks v Steph Gilmore, and finishing up the first round of the women will be Sawyer Lindbad versus Dimity Stoyle. So there are our possible first lot of heats tomorrow. And here we go. Flying along the line there. Marco Mignon. Oh, lightning off that lip. And up behind out the back there. Driving through that one. Wow. Looking nice. Alejo Moniz. It is action aplenty going on. And a big shout out to all the crew around the world checking this out. The WSL Fantasy Training Day. And there's Carolyn Marks on the backhand. Wow, devastation. Oh, just so many Oki-esque turns out there. And, oh, here we go. It's a big drop. Nice and tight and driving it there. Seth Moniz carving it back, and he's got this little section standing up down the line. So Seth's done with that one and throwing just heat upon heat out there. Whoa, getting nuts. Oh, and over the edge there. And here we go. Look at this. Nice looking down the line run. And off the bottom, oh, Morgan Siblick. And he's out of there. He said, that'll do me. But the one behind, is this going to be a better looking wave? Maybe it is. There we go. It's Griff. Griff driving and styling and heading down the line. Had the battle against his brother Crosby in the last event. And will that happen again? That'd be a hard one. Having your bro in the heat. Oh, so they might even match up again. So at the moment, it's 1-0 to Crosby. And is that Rio out there? Rio Wada. Hey. Looking good, Rio. He loves the Gold Coast, Rio Wada. Well, we're getting to the last 40 minutes of our session, and then, of course, it will be the rising tides out there enjoying the conditions today at Snapper Rocks. And here we go. Oh, Steph Gilmore, late drop into this one, flying across the face. Here comes the queen of Snapper Rocks. Look out. Comes around. Whoa, driving carve. Pedal to the metal from Steph Gilmore. And look, she knows what wave is a good one out here, and it's lining up through this inside and finishes up. And then out behind, Aluki Thompson. Tomo. He's got the Aussie name now. It's just Tomo, not like Tomo. He's got to get his Aussie on. Tomo. Everybody knows a Tomo. I wonder if Jay Bottle Thompson ever got Tomo. He just got Bottle. Because he's from Burleigh, they give you a nickname and it's bad luck. That's your name. No way to avoid it. Some people at Burleigh got about 10 nicknames. Just an Aussie thing. People give you their own name, their own separate name. Yes, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Soon we'll be wrapping that up, and then we will have the rising tides out there as well. So, at the young ladies from the rising tides, and it's amazing that so many of our competitors have done that. And here we go, Callum Robson. Callum coming down the end. Got the pedal down, and Wooshka drives through that. So heavy on that back foot. Loves it. And there's Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz grabbing that one. And now, wow, driving turn from our surfer in red out there. Molly Pickler. Mol's right on a... She's on a bit of a heater at the moment. I think I'd have Molly in my team. I reckon I'd have Steph in my team. Even Sally Fitzgibbon's been looking good out there too. And here we go, Jack Robbo on your screen. Jack Robbo's looking the goods as well. So many options. It's like the Datsun 180B. So many options, you don't know which one to pick. And here we go on the backhand. Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa looking smooth out there. Really connecting with the wave. Stalls it down towards the inside. And that wave just backs off a bit. And ripping and a whipping. I think that's Young Reef there. And coming around, here we go. Erin Brooks. Oh, I'm looking for that heat. Erin Brooks v. Steph Gilmore tomorrow. And Erin, whoa, whips it off the top and comes unstuck on that last bit.
Check. 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 Look who I found. Other than Queen of Snap. Stephanie Gilmore. We're down here, training day. Snapper talk through it.
I wish every day was we could block the lineup. Yeah, no, it's really fun out there, and we're all super grateful that we get this cleared lineup to just test boards and, you know, get that work done before the comp starts.
Put the Rashi back on at Snapper. How's it feel?
Yeah, it's so good. I love it. It's going to be really fun tomorrow, and should be an amazing weekend. So I'm sure all the fans will be down here, and yeah, it's going to be really fun.
Well, what was the vibe like out in the water with all the crew?
Yeah, it's cool. The good thing is there's just so many waves. So everyone, you know, everyone's in rotation and.
Rightio, plenty of action here. It is.
Thank you so much, Steph. You got cut up by
the
Tapper,
WSL Fantasy Training Day. Fantasy Live Training Day. On YouTube for your viewing pleasure. About another 35 minutes remaining. And then we'll be into the rising tides. So how's your fantasy team looking now, folks? Have you picked any surfers? Way too many options. Which surfers will you select?
Check.
Rightio, we're getting close towards the end of the session. Half an hour to go. It's going to be like the Formula One. We'll probably see a whole bunch of them head back out for one more little run before the session is shut down and we get the rising tides underway. Seth Moniz. Seth getting down the line. Hits it and finds a bonus section, points it up to the sky and brings it down. And out behind him, here we go. That's Joel Vaughan getting a little bit destructive there. And then out behind him as well. Driving through that one. Oh, getting funky, but not riding out. I think that might have been maybe Tomo. It was Tomo. And here we go. Oh, look, someone deep behind the rock there. Slops underneath the lip. Not coming through that one. That wave just turned in on itself. And wow, look out. Marco Mignon. Hooks it off the top. And a bit of a paddle here on the backhand. Carolyn marks ejects there. And racing down the line, Ethan Ewing. Looks like he's out there for his last little stint. And here we go. Look at this. Hua set on the backhand. Alyssa Spencer. And another one. Someone coming from deep. Oh, gets smoked. Alyssa Spencer heading down the line. And out the back there, Griffin Colapinto. Griff towards the inside. Looking for this little hook up through little Marley. And it does stand up. Whips it off the top. And in towards the inside. And now Rio Wada. Rio, quick fire snap there. So much going on. There you go, the world champ Molly Picklum with a couple of waves there. Well, 25 minutes left here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Of course, will be followed by the Rising Tides coming up very shortly. And Morgan Siblick there. Look at this one. They've got a bit of a stretched out wall for Morgs. Floats over that, gaining a great deal of distance. Comes around and then, wow, the down-the-line projection from those turns is incredible. Morgan just holding his rail so well. Board looking fine under his feet, and he kicks off. So probably our last dash, our last lot of competitors making their way out for the last little session here. How's your fantasy picks going? And Joel Vaughan on the inside. Oh, no, that's Tomo. Sorry, Tomo. Tomo, Luke Thompson flying along and driving into that one. Rightio, things are going a little bit quiet there, but I tell you what, they got the heat draw for tomorrow ready to go. And this is the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It's the WSL Training Day, WSL Fantasy Training Day. Lots going on. Of course, thanks to Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. GWM, the event is proudly brought to you by GWM, the official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And here we go. Floating across a few sections there, Joel Vaughan, a little 360 and body surf just for fun. And Aaron Brooks whips off the top. And not much else happening on that next section for Aaron. And now Carolyn Marksville ejects off that one. And, oh, look at this one. Some nice shape on this. Al Cleland. And Hal finishing up round through the inside. And he's not done yet. A little bit pop air just to finish off. And Alyssa Spencer on the backhand. Oh, drives through that. Really nice redirection. Can't hold on through that oncoming section. Here goes Luke Thompson. Tomo flying across the section. And it's gone a little bit quiet again. The quiet before the storm. Got the rising tides coming up in about 20 minutes. And flying down the line, our surfer in white there, Griff. Griff's going backwards. He goes, I'll go backwards for a while, then goes forwards. So Griff showing great control there. And looking to finish right up on the inside here. He's not done yet. Griffin Colapinto. And here we go. Morgan Siblick. Morgs. Whoa. Drop the back foot in, sunshine. And once again, buckets of spray everywhere from Morgs. Really going to town on that one. He's got the bus ticket and he's going all the way to Surfers Paradise. So Morgan Sibley, he said, yeah, I mean, now we probably have a bit of a chat to the coach. So we're just under 20 minutes remaining in the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Well, it's getting down to the final little throw of the dice for the competitors out there, warming up, training up. How are your fantasy picks going today, folks? Have you selected? The Rising Tides is out next. And Aaron Brooks looking to get around this section, in and out of that one. That wave sort of flattens out. And a bit of hammer dropping there going on. And Aaron Brooks find this little runner down the line. Not much happening on that one either. Well, all our surfers out the end looking for those last few waves. We're down to the final 15 minutes. The WSL Fantasy live training day. And here we go, a bit of a paddle here. Molly Picklum, the world champ. So the tide's on the way in there tonight, a high tide around about 7. Rightio, it is under the final 15 minutes to go in today's WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Check.
And driving and swooping into this one, Rio Wada. And look at him heading down to the inside. Rio's such a dynamic and fast surfer. Always something going on, and then, oh, look out, Seth Moniz there, Seth Moniz.
Check, check. All right, Tapper, we're down here with Isabella Nichols. We're about to jump out there with the Rising Tides. Give us a run through what you've got going on with the young girls and the initiative behind Rising Tides. And are you frothing to go there with them?
Oh, I'm so excited for some more time out at Snapper. So we've got an amazing group of young girls down here that are all aspiring professional surfers, or people who just want to do some surfing for fun. But it's an amazing group of girls that we have. We're all going to go out, have a paddle together, have a bit of fun, and we're going to have the lineup to ourselves, which is amazing. And yeah, I know the girls are really excited, and I'm definitely really excited too.
Yeah, I had a look at them all. They were so stoked. Couldn't wipe the smiles off their faces. And, I mean, who's going out there with you?
It's Tia's coming out as well. I think Erin will be out there also. And just this lovely young group of ladies. So, yeah, it'll be, I think there's about 20 of us out in the water for the next 45 minutes once this is done. And I'm actually so frothy.
Got the coach's hat on. Go get them. Thank you so much. It's an amazing initiative, and you're a legend. All right, up to you, Tapper. Isabella Nichols taking out the Rising Tides. Some super stoked young ladies, and down here with some inspiring athletes taking them out through uncrowded snapper. How much better does it get?
Not much better than that. If you're a young Gremmy, you're going to get out there and have the world's best showing you the ropes at snapper.
And well, if you are just coming down to the beach now and you're checking out the Rising Tides, that's heading out in the water and kicking off at 3:30. We've had an incredible day at the WSL Fantasy Live training day. All the athletes have been taken to Pump and Snapper Rocks, and well, the initiative now with the World Surf League of the Rising Tides, it brings together local young female and this year for the first time ever male surfers together with professional championship tour athletes that'll mentor and connect these youngsters, get them frothing, and well, they get to go surf snapper on their own with their idols. How much more froth do you want, Tapper? That's just an incredible way to round out this opening day down here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. And well, before we roll into competition tomorrow, Tap.
Yeah, Chris, well, as we roll into competition tomorrow, there's Erin Brooks getting a nice little wave through the inside and has been hunting down a couple and now working through. It's the final 10 minutes of the WSL Fantasy Live training day. And there we go, Jack Robbo now flying down the line. Jack Robbo drives it through that turn. Floats and looking so relaxed and comfortable. Got his full zen on. So the surfers getting in their last waves. The Rising Tides will be heading out there very soon. There we go. There's all the young ladies out there. And a lot of the surfers that are on tour today did start with the Rising Tides as well. So that's great to see. They've been part of that and now passing it on as well. So our Rising Tide surfers starting to get into the lineup. And a little bit of a coverage there from Crosby Colapinto. And if it goes the way it does, could be Bro v Bro again in another round. So we may see a little bit more going on there. So it's getting towards the last chance to dance. Rightio, well, the rising tide surfers are getting ready to get out there. There's about 7 minutes remaining until we wrap up our WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. I know they're all frothing out there. The pros were waiting. They're frothing on the inside. It's frothing on the outside. They all want to get that last really good wave to wrap up their day. As the sets roll around the corner, that was a bit of a wide, frothy one. And here we go, singlet on the head. Al Clellan going for the headwear look. Getting the rig out. Look out, the rig's out, the hat's on the head. It's all going on from Al Clellan. Look out, what's he got to finish with? Oh, yeah, there you go. And keeps the singlet intact. There you go. There's a bit of skill for you. Al Clellan, singlet intact on the scone. Oh, look out. Everybody's getting their singlet off. Look out. It's going all cray-cray out there now. But here we go. Ripping through that one. Reef Hazelwood on the backhand. Heading down the line. So Reef wrapping it up now. The rising tides ladies are getting out there. They're bringing it in. And here we go. Joel Vaughan now. Look at this little section to line up for Joel. And he's heading down the line. He's going to down the line at Ethan Ewing up behind him as well. So the surfers getting their last waves as the, wow, look at this one reefing off the end. Alyssa Spencer on one. And out the back, wow. Pretty good, nice work there. Crosby Colapinto. Crosby driving into that back foot. Hooks it back again, some of the last waves. And out the back, Aaron Brooks on a big one and rip it in, hitting it off the top two. Cosby finishing down the end. Aaron's got this end section. She's going to look at to wrap it up on a good one. And wow, what a nice last wave. Gets vertical and Krakatoa to finish. So the last few minutes of the WSL Fantasy Life Training Day, of course, here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And down the line, here we go. Saw Molly Picklum getting one there. So our surfers starting to make their way in. The rising tides. Girls are out there. The women are out there. The young up-and-comers. So the women of the rising tides will wrap up our day today. I'll get Chris back in the booth to wrap it up for us. We've got a few hours to go. Everything's wrapping up about 5:30, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready. The rising tides are out there. We have got the last 3 minutes. So for our surfers out there in the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, your time is about to come to a stop. The waves continue to pump. And here we go. Seth Moniz. Seth rips it back around and kicks out of that one. And there we go, Jack Robbo. Looking to wrap it up through to the inside here. Swooping, driving cutback. And looking really smooth out there. And some of the girls from the Rising Tides, they're out there and amongst it. Rightio, folks, we're in the last minute. Looks like we'll switch over to the Rising Tides. Our surfers making their way back in. And look at this, big sets coming through. So the girls from the women from the Rising Tides and the young girls, they're ready to go. And they've got some pumping snapper rocks to enjoy out there. And there we go, Seth Bonice. Going through to the inside. This one will probably stack up through little Marley for him.
Check, 1, 2. Tapper down here with none other than Shimmy Disco. What's going on? Training day down here. Talk us through it, Shimmy. How was it?
Oh, the waves are cooking. Snapper is on. We got the whole lineup to ourselves, just apart from 20 pros, which is makes it even more difficult to get a wave, I think. But no, you can't beat this place for a contest. Like, it's just paradise.
Talk us through training. Sport rotten, and then none of this back in the goal area.
I know. I literally thought I was a little princess on the back of the jet ski, just cutting laps, just getting dropped out, catch a wave, back on the ski, dropped out behind the rock. I was like, this is a proper dream. So I'm so happy.
And guess what? Sinker Hour kicks off pretty shortly. Talk us through what's going on at Sinker this next this event period.
Oh, yeah. Well, us girls have got the Sinker Tequila. If you haven't heard of it yet, please try it because it's just perfect for a little sunset knockoff. So we're going to be doing a little Sinker happy hour every afternoon for the event. And if you want to try some, it's at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club. So Sinker Tequila for the girls.
And over at the too. All right, Shimmy, thank you very much. Enjoy the day. And
Well, our WSL Fantasy Live Training Day over now. It's the Bonsoy, on the course here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Now the young ladies from the Rising Tides are out there. Isabella Nichols guiding the young ladies through there, and wow, nice little rip off the top there. Young Charlie.